Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back in. Welcome back to the story of U-373. Now, we've done some dry dock work while we were here after being depth charged on the last patrol. And one of the things the dock workers did for us is to dismantle our 88. Hopefully reducing drag and hopefully increasing our underwater speed. We have gotten a mission to patrol out here in an area that is still slightly within Allied aircraft range. So I will probably be patrolling on the westernmost area of that area, westernmost portion of that area. And we shall hope that we don't get attacked by too many planes on the way there. Now, preparations have been made. I think we're fully stocked up. We're a little low on vegetables, but unfortunately we can't get any more, or fruits. So it'll just have to do. And with that, let us cast off. Both engines ahead, dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Ja?
Port 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Backbord.
And the
Oder
midships.
Mitschiffs.
Herr Kapitän?
Isn't that a little late for food? Sir, you are on watch. Get up there.
Ja?
What if I remove him? Currently our visibility is about 5 miles.
Lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Ah, now he's coming up. The Peters brothers. It's still 5 miles. Okay, so even though he wasn't even on the tower, he
Ja.
helped with the lookout.
Ich
And
erwarte
if I
Ihre
remove him
Befehle.
now, visibility goes down.
Ich
Okay.
benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Betrachten
That's
Sie
a bit
das
silly.
Herr Kaloin.
Ja? Oder
Stop at 5.
5 Grad. Steuerbord.
And the midships.
Oder Mittschiffs.
Off to sea again. Ain't that nice? And we once again leave at low tide. We always seem to be leaving at low tide. Oop. You can always see most of the beach is exposed. There seems to be a lot of welding when it comes to fishing. Ah, and CEO couldn't be asked to stay on the bridge. He had to immediately leave. Very, very confident in his first officer of the watch. Right, start at 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Steuerbord.
They do model tides, yeah, yeah. Right. Here we are. Both engines slow speed ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Up to cruising speed.
Oder
And
Mittschiffs.
And port 10.
Rudergänger. 10 Grad.
Hello, Isaac.
Backbord.
A hearty 07 to you, sir. Right, and now that we're out of the harbor, we might as well raise the snorkel and be ready for snorkeling out of here if it needs be. We engage the noise lock down here. There B49, height 6 foot 4 inches, speed stationary, tube 1 4. You're firing at me. Me personally. And I'm not 6 foot 4. That has to be said. I'm not that tall. Stalking successful. Yeah, well.
Ruder mittschiffs.
I make it easy by streaming this. And here we are, out of the harbor. Our radar detector is manned. Absolutely nothing can go wrong, even though its range is pretty much the same as our guys looking out.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Well, that's a pretty easy course. Game. Why? Well, have fun. I love meetings. They're always very productive.
Kurs setzen.
Funkmesssignale geordnet. Peilung 300 Grad.
Jawohl.
300. Port side ahead. It's alright. Get in, everybody. And flood the
Jawohl, Herr
tanks.
Kaloin.
Both engines half speed ahead. Oh, did you catch that? Yeah, I wasn't trying to hide it or anything. I detest meetings. I really do. But I think most of the times you're just deciding what snacks you're gonna have next time.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Hey, Wolvaloo, how are you? I think the enemy plane is trying to Morse to us. There we go.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And there we are, happily steaming 10 knots below the waves. Meetings where the incompetent get to waste the time of the competent. Ah, music to my ears. Hey, Schatzkalasa, how are you doing? I remember your name. You were watching Josh last night.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Right, I think I'll wait until it's dusking. And then we're gonna surface. There we go.
Kleine Fahrt.
That's low.
Voraus.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Raise the scope. Have a little look around. If we find any contrails. But I'm really bad at spotting them, I'm gonna be honest. That's the one thing that they do better on the bridge, automated than manually. I never ever see those contrails by the planes. Looks clear though.
Anblasen.
All ballast. Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have a sailor on that station anymore because we don't have enough sailors on board for that. Then we're gonna turn on the compressor immediately.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Yep.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
And
Kaloin?
lower the snorkel.
Schnorchel einfahren.
Yeah, I can't do it. I'm gonna be honest. And here we are again. Both engines, slow
Langsame
speed ahead,
Fahrt voraus.
going.
Funkmesssignale geordnet. Peilung 210 Grad.
210 degrees. Right, both engines full
Große
speed ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Schnorchel ausfahren.
Raise the snorkel.
Alarm! Flugzeug auf Gefechtsstation! 215 Grad.
Oh, they were hit quick.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Right, you guys get in.
Navigation besetzen.
Get on the
Funkraum
radio.
besetzen.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Okay, we were.
Wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
We not send a report that we spotted a plane? I guess not.
Auf
Crash dive.
maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
I did it, okay.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And there we go.
Ja.
Let's see, what's the depth here?
25 Meter.
Meter.
4,500 meters. Well, that's reassuring. Ooh.
65 Meter. 85 Meter.
Are we gonna get depth charged is the question. Doesn't seem like it.
Aktuelle Tiefe 125 Meter. 150 Meter.
Yeah, looks alright. We're gonna stay here until, well, for half an hour. And then we're gonna get back up to snorkel depth. Did they attack us? 9 p.m. Jesus. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've had that a lot lately. I'm watching Josh. Alright, 11. Might as well stock the galley while we're down here. Another 11 and another 9. There we go. Right, bring us up to periscope depth. Snorkel depth if you want.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80 Meter.
Both engines dead slow.
Alarm beenden.
Thank you. I was just about to say that.
Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
You've already switched to diesel, very good.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Scope is up, and I think there is nothing there, otherwise they would have reported it already. So I did send Richard off the dive planes too early, he's still overshot. Yeah, okay. Down scope. Get your men to help
Ich benötige hier etwas
the
Unterstützung.
others, and then both engines ahead
Halbe
half.
Fahrt voraus.
And we're gonna remain a bit submerged using snorkel. Probably until... Oh! Transmission from the BDU.
Funkraum.
Oh, we don't need the blue lights anymore. Because we have oxygen coming in from the snorkel. What's the word, Menzel? What do they have for us?
Wir haben ein Telegramm vom B erhalten.
U-226 has gone missing. Its projected position at the time of this communication is Square Bravo Echo 446. Oh, estimated time at the... Projected position at the time of communication stop is at Square Bravo Echo 446. Please investigate before August 1st, 1943. August 1st? Is it that early already? That late already? Oh, they're in the grid square. That means that in 3 days, August 1st, we get the first shipment of Zaunkönig torpedoes. Yep, the first shipment of Zaunkönigs was deployed to the U-boat fleet on the August 1st, 1943. And from then on, we'll have some good countermeasure against
Schraubengeräusche.
enemy
Konvoi. Peilung
destroyers.
125 Grad.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Right, there's a convoy coming. Moving away.
Eines unserer U-Boote
And they're not in our
hat
grid
soeben
square
ein
yet.
mögliches Ziel innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet.
26 to 43 miles. Yeah, let's not do that. We've got a special operation, unfortunately.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 20 Grad.
That one, on the other hand, just a single ship, we can torpedo that. Also, we should not be able to hear it because our diesel is running. But that's a whole different story. Yeah, we can deviate a little bit. Let's bring us to a northerly course.
0.
16 to 26 miles, there we go. 293. Up to 26 miles. Well, here's the thing. It just switched over the ranges. Does that mean that it's exactly at 26 miles? Let's do a little test run. Usually I would assume them to be here. 17:15, good time as well. We're gonna give them an alternative position. And we're gonna see how that tracks.
Herr Kapitän?
So let's wait for an hour until 18:15. That's the watch change, there we go.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Schraubengeräusch.
Yes,
Handelsschiff. Peilung
we've got him back.
285 Grad.
18:15, contact. 280. And 16. And 10 to 16 is only a margin of 6 miles. Very nice. So now he's somewhere on that line. And I would project him to go a course of 061. But if I take this location, he'd be going a course of 081. That would mean he'd be passing our bow if we stopped in 3 miles distance. Or in 9 miles difference. Either way, he's not that far away. Probably I can already spot him. Both engines
Kleine Fahrt
dead slow.
voraus.
Ja,
And upscope. I can. Funnel smoke spotted. Yeah, I saw that.
Alarm! Handelsschiff in Sicht! Peilung 280 Grad!
Alarm beenden.
Now that immediately tells us that that is an enemy ship. And it is a Liberty ship.
Uboat 280 Grad.
And it's being trailed by a U-boat. Look at that. Now let's see who gets the kill, eh? Bearing slightly drifting forward, therefore down scope. And both engines slow speed ahead.
Voraus.
Now you get on the dive planes. Maintain good depth keeping here.
Herr Kaloi?
To 60, 5 to 10 cables. Okay. Both engines
Kleine
dead slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Upscope.
Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
Battle stations.
Alarm! Auf
Maintain
Gefechtsstation!
A2. Which one do we want to use? Which two? Probably Tube 2. Maintain Tube 2.
Ja, Herr Kaloin. Ich kümmere mich darum.
Now, you get on command, you get on the TDC, you boys are on command, both of you. Brilliant.
Ja, Herr Kaloin.
Good.
Ich kümmere mich darum.
Oh, Jesus.
Alarm beenden! Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Well, I spot him in 254 with angle on bow 0. That pretty much tells me his exact course. To 5-4. His course is 076 074. Yep.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
And 074 minus 90 degrees is minus 16. So 16 off of 360. So plus 160 equals 344. New course 344.
Kurs 3.
And that's going to be our attack course. Let's backtrack a little bit from him. Well, either way, we know from the intercept that we've made that he's going either 8 knots or 12 knots, something in between. So we should use a speed. We should make a speed measurement. For that, we need its length. And the target length is 135.3. Now let's give me. Let me give you the
Herr Kaloin,
mast height
feindliche
thing
Schiffe geben Alarm.
and the
Bleibt
calculator.
wachsam, aber keine Panik. Wir machen das schon.
That's the hilarious thing. Like they can spot me, it doesn't matter. And they're brimming with guns, but they don't shoot at submarines that are submerged. It's sad. It is what it is. Yeah, not a miracle that they spotted the snorkel blasting smoke. And distance-wise, on the zoom out, I spot him at 50 milliradian pretty much. So that means he's at 500 meters. Rather close. So engine stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And now we're gonna take a speed measurement. Once we've stopped down fully.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
So, click. Seconds. He's not going very fast. $60. I guess her way of evading torpedoes is slowing down. Click. Whoops. That's 60 seconds and 12 seconds. 72. Divided by 72 equals 1.879 meters per second times 1.902 equals 3.6. It's very slow. Target speed 3.6. Select tube 2. Salvo mode off. Flood tube 2. 44. 8 meters deep. Lovely. 3.6. Distance 60 milliradians on the zoom out. That means 410 meters. And an angle on bow of green 95, I think. All set. Tube 2 launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo
Welcome in on
Einschlag.
Lucky Strike. How are
30
you doing?
Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Yeah, we're gonna eat him for breakfast. Or
Feuer an
dinner.
Deck.
8 p.m.
Schwere Schäden.
Heavy damage and we started a fire. Very nice. His engine is still running though. I like to hit them slightly, either directly in front of the wheelhouse, because the wheelhouse itself is a giant center of mass. And sometimes when the explosion collapses and the boat is being sucked into the vacuum, that big old mass center causes the ship to split right in front of the wheelhouse. Or I like to hit them right after the wheelhouse, because that's where the engine sits, and then their boiler immediately loses pressure and the engine's gone. Now what's our friend doing? He struggling to keep up. Okay, he messed up his attack. There's our target. We could give him another torp, but I don't think we need to.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
And of course there was a watch change, so CO decided to no longer be on command, but rather be on the map.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 220 Grad.
Seriously?
Herr Kapitän?
Still plenty of convoys going, I suppose.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Very nice, they're evacuating. I have not yet, no. I tried to look for it and I found no service that I'm paying for that already streams it, so I'm gonna have to wait, I think. Maybe I can loan it, hang on. Not been on this PC. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check later though. There goes the engine. Not that it was being operated on anyway, because they already abandoned. Right, both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
You can start leaving.
Kurs auf die Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Oh, it's the SSAB Hammond again.
Boot 2 geladen.
Come on, sink already, Rust Bucket. I like that the ship slowed down. That was cool because from my intercept it was either going 12 knots or 8 knots, something like that, but it definitely wasn't going 3 knots. So the second they spotted our periscope, you just slowed down, which is a valid tactic, because when you spot a submarine, you have to assume that they're already doing a firing solution on you. So by just changing any parameter, either course or speed or both, you throw off the enemy's projected course of you on basically your firing solution. He was just unlucky that I hadn't done my firing solution yet. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that she's going down. Exactly, yeah. I like the new damage model that they did. The engine did eventually fail, even though we didn't do any more damage. So the damage spreads. Very, very good. Also, boiler explosions are bloody dreadful, man. Right, can we go deck a wash from here? Probably, right?
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Mai is doing it. Blowing all the ballast tanks except for the most forward and the most stern one.
Funkraum besetzen.
That brings us safely above the surface to send that report. Also turn on the compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht. Herr Kaloi.
Down scope.
Schneller.
Half speed ahead. No, stay on the scope.
Standseerohr besetzen.
No one goes outside.
Standseerohr besetzen.
And they put on the position lights because there's only a submarine around.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Ooh, look at that. We've got the first ban of the day. Today it is courtesy of the bots on Kick. Kick is going ahead, man. Used to be the bots on Twitch, but now it's bots on Kick. I'm quite new to Uboat. Just want to know if you have mods on board the game's updates to affect them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, whenever they drop a big update, the mods will stop working, so you have to wait for the mod creators to get on them and update them. Most of the time, they don't really have to update anything, they just have to update in the files the version it's supposed to work with, and then that already works, so you usually don't have to wait for long. I am running a few mods. I'm running one mod that makes supply times in the harbors faster, because that used to take them half a day to load one torpedo in, and that's a bit unrealistic. I also have installed a mod that makes loading times on board slower, so that the torpedoes now get loaded onto the boat a lot quicker, but once we've got them in the boat and we want to put them in the tubes, that takes longer. Because it used to be like my experienced torpedo man could throw in a torpedo into a tube in 1 minute, and that is vastly unrealistic. I also have a sound for the engine order telegraph.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
There we go. That's usually a very, very annoying buzzer. I've changed that to be a nice little engine order telegraph bell, just for artistic or aesthetic reasons. Ooh, Jesus, sorry about that. What else do I have? I have a mod for variable ship speed, although that doesn't seem to be working anymore because the convoys are all going 7 knots again. Used to be that mod would make the convoys have different speeds. Because in base game they're all going 7 knots, and that's pretty easy. If you want to do manual firing solutions, you can just basically set it to 7 and then never change it again. So that was a bit boring, so I changed that. And what else do I have? I think that's it. I'm planning to do more mods on my next playthrough. I want to have a more realistic dive depth mod, so that when I go beyond the safe distance, the pipes will eventually start leaking, and torpedo loading hatches and stuff like that will make water. I want that, and also I want to have a mod. I've already downloaded them, I'm just not running them at the moment. Also I want to include a mod that reduces the hydrophone range, because the hydrophone range at the moment is insanely large. Right, cancel alarm. And I've compiled a list of when stuff became available during the war. And I'm gonna use that list next time, on the next playthrough. And I've noticed that all of the updates, like the... Oh yeah, and I've got a sound mod. Yeah, correct. I've got a sound mod. I think it's called Sounds of War, and I think it's very, very good. It changes, for example, the sound of the periscope, I noticed, when it goes up and down. It also changes the noise of the propellers in the back here. The active sonar pings, they are very, very threatening now. I like that. I like that sound mod. So gameplay-wise, basically I only have 3 mods. And that is the supplies being loaded quicker, torpedoes being loaded slower, and convoys having different speeds. But in the next run I'm gonna make a lot more. I'm gonna make it really, really hard. Because right now we can just go down to 230 meters and nothing happens, but if that depth would punish me somehow, then we wouldn't be able to do this. We would have to stay a bit higher maybe, or only dive down if it's an emergency. And then when I'm up here, the enemy's easier. The enemy will have an easier time getting me. Looking forward to the next run, but I'm confident that we're gonna finish this one first, and I think I can even make it before the Type 9 DLC drops. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Can you tell me what that's called? Chug chug goes the little snorkel. Where did we go? Yeah, you can hear the submarine is slowed down. Where is that thing? Oh, he's gone deep. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, at least then we won't collide. That's good. Now, I got the achievement, but, safe and sound. Building all U-boat pens in a campaign started before 1941. That isn't working. I don't know. I started 1939, and I've got this. That's the other thing that I'm going to change next run. I've got the headquarters on semi-automatic, so that one of the slots is managed by high command. So whenever something becomes available, they immediately research it. So I did not research any of the pens. High command did that for me. I think I built the protective lock in La Rochelle while high command was building the U-boat pens in Brest or something like that. And then once those were done, I got the achievement.
Uboat, 175 Grad.
Oh right, we have a mission to find a boat.
Kurs setzen.
And we've got 3 days left for it. We've got to travel 434 miles and we're going 10 knots. So we're going to take 43 hours. That is still well within the margin. Slot machine. Add extra slots to your sub. Okay. Slot machine. I like that. You're limited to weight rather than slots. Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. For sure. Right, we're about to leave first RAF base. This is range, and once we do that, I think we're going to surface. And hope to make the rest of the trip while surfaced.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi.
That's the third convoy we run across, man. I can't do it yet. Although that one did count for the mission objective. Maybe we should do it. I mean, if it's running... Yeah, I mean, it's coming right for us. We should do it. 26, 16 to 26. And I just saw it switch over. 16 to 26. So it's basically 26. 25 degrees. 26 miles. There we go.
Kurs setzen.
Northwesterly course. And let's observe that. And that was 1449, I think. Wait until 1549.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
293, 10 to 16. So they have made this distance in 9 miles in 1 hour, so that's 9 knots. And that's a course of 079er again. So 079er minus 90 degrees for an attack course. is minus 11 plus 360 to make it a positive value is 349er. So new course 349er.
Kurs 349.
And then we're gonna drop down to
Kleine
dead
Fahrt
slow.
voraus.
Ich erwarte Ihre
Upscope.
Befehle.
There they are. Oh look, when my own smoke is blowing over it, I can see it. Second contact right over there. Huh. And another one. I can use my own smoke as a... That's brilliant, look at that. Now I can see 3 targets. And if I move it out of the smoke, I can only see 2. Or 1. I don't think I would have spotted that one. That's brilliant. Alright, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle,
Full
Herr Kaloin?
ballast.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And immediately turn on the electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And we're up. Lower the snorkel.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And now let's keep an eye on that. Now they should be passing, if this was correct, they should be passing 2 miles ahead of us, which is
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
not good. Getting a little bit closer. Around here. 9 cables is
Alle
beautiful.
Maschinen, stopp!
I would guess so, yeah. That is gonna be my
Zeit
headcanon
für eine
explanation for that.
Auszeit.
There they are, nicely visible now. We still need to get a bit further ahead.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Initial estimation was not that correct, otherwise I would be seeing them from pretty much the front right now. We can still see the smoke trails clearly veering to the right. And whilst we pull ahead a little bit more, I'm gonna get myself a new coffee. You know the drill, everybody. Wait, those games cannot sail the seas without any coffee. This is well established. And I will be back in a few seconds. And I'm back. Beautiful weather, by the way. Very calm seas.
Alle Maschinen
Let's
stopp.
try that.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
I need them to load into the instance. Before that, anything is guesswork. I'm gonna guess that that's a column. That's a column. So we see that these ones, that's obviously the closest one of them. That's the second one, that's the third one. So these ones are already going behind my stern. And these ones, that's the closest one of those. These ones are still going in front of my bow, so we're basically
Alle
right in the middle of them.
Stopp.
At least that's the way I see it. Hopefully this interpretation of the situation is accurate and will turn out to be true once they come closer. What just happened? More and more of them spawning?
Schornsteinrauch, große Gruppe. Peilung 280 Grad.
Yes, I see them. And that's a destroyer. Yeah, I still need to go a little bit more forward, I
Kleine
think.
Fahrt voraus.
That one's going the opposite direction. I interpret this as they've already got contact with the U-boat and the destroyers are already hunting a U-boat. That one's on the way there as well. Yeah, probably. That one's a destroyer chasing after it. That one's the frontal escort also chasing after it. And then over there they've spotted a submarine somewhere. These are probably all escorts engaging the submarine. That one probably an escort as well. Changing station to look for other submarine threats on the other flank of the convoy.
Uboat 100 Grad.
What did I just say? Surfaced! Okay. 100. Oh, it's right next to us. Okay, yeah. I'm in like that, and hopefully we can do an attack together. Okay, so that's not the one they're engaging. The one they're engaging should be in around 290 degrees. But yeah, you can see that. There's definitely something going on over there. Now, can I use my camera to go over there? Or is that locked in place by range? Yeah, it is. But you can see how in disarray they are on that side. There's definitely something going on there. Fun to see.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Schornsteinrauch, große Gruppe. Peilung 280 Grad.
Let's stop. And wait for them to come closer.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Alarm! Konvoi in
Bleibt
Sicht!
ruhig und
Heilung!
konzentriert,
270
Wir schaffen
Grad!
das.
Bleibt wachsam und konzentriert euch.
Right, 276 degrees. And I spot him with an angle on bow of 60? 280 and 60. I don't have an angle to... I do. That would mean that they're going something like that. Because of 030. I would not like that a lot. Maybe they zag because of the U-boat attack, who knows?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kapitän?
Alle Maschinen,
That one, on
stopp.
the other hand, is going past my stern. Yeah, we're just gonna dive right here. Hopefully we're in the right place.
Ich benötige Ihre
Looks good though.
Folgen Sie mir. Korvette!
Auf
280 Grad!
Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Thank you.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Horchraum besetzen.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
I'm gonna leave you on the engines just so that Mike cannot go on them.
Ich
So
benötige
that he
hier
will just
etwas
maintain all the
Unterstützung.
torpedoes until he's done.
Korvette, 310 Grad.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Korvette, 255 Grad. Korvette, 280 Grad. Zerstörer, 295 Grad. Zerstörer, 265 Grad. Korvette, 305 Grad.
Hmm.
Torpedorohr 1.
Yeah, they're
gewartet.
zigzagging. They've definitely... Yeah. There's
Torpedorohr
definitely
2
something going on there.
gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go
Kleine
dead
Fahrt
slow ahead and
voraus.
we're gonna turn 80 degrees to port.
Kurs 2.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Goes in a little bit.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung, 220 Grad.
Time for coffee.
Feuer an Deck!
Which one? That one. I think it was that one. Yeah, one of them got hit. Our friends are already on it.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
The Marshal Elliot was sunk. And I get 100 points for it if I report that. Okay, so you do get less points for reporting sinkings that you did not do yourself. That was one thing that I was wondering about. Makes sense. I was just not sure if the game tracks that. Yeah, bring us another 10 degrees around.
Kurs 2.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
There's a C3. I want that. It's probably a single torpedo though. It's going so far ahead from the rest of the convoy. I don't think I want to shoot a salvo at that, and I don't want to shoot FAT torpedoes at that. Right, 90 degrees. Yeah, 90 degrees to port.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Backbord.
And then we're also gonna have to do a speed check on that.
U-Boot, 65 Grad.
65 degrees. That'll be the one that's causing all the havoc in there. Somewhere in that vicinity there's another U-boat. Right, maintain tube 2.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
And we're on course. Stop. Nine knots is what we got from the chart. Now they're zigzagging, so it's probably going to be 8 knots. But we're going to take a measurement anyway. Tube 2 is maintained, tube 2 is selected, flood tube 2. 8 meters, 44, that's set. 44 set, 8 set, distance at angle and bow we still have to do.
Port 2 bewässert.
Stopwatch. C3, there we go. It is 143.6 meters long. And it is 36 meters tall. And it is very well armed. Oh look, it's got a lookout up there.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Hmm. Now they're spitting on one of our friends. Click. 37 seconds. 3.8 meters per second times 1.902 equals 7.4. Not bad. Distance on the zoom out. We spot him at 100 milliradian. So that means 320 meters. Very close. 320. And angle on bow is a red 70. Yeah, looks about right. Tube 2, launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden ist
Is
Torpedo
that set
Einschlag.
on a magnetic pistol?
20
It
Sekunden.
probably wasn't.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
Ja. 10 Sekunden bis
It
Einschlag.
definitely wasn't. Damn it.
benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Viel Schuss.
Yeah.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Damn it. Why do I keep forgetting this? Oh. It didn't hit anyway. Why?
Rohr 3, bewässert.
3, go.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
We
30
set
Sekunden.
the wrong gyro receiver? Bow. No. Parallax correction?
20 Sekunden.
Backward. Why?
Ja. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Yeah, well done. Okay, that one got away.
Fehlschuss.
There's the next one. How did it go, Isaac? What happened there?
In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Pylon, ich kümmere mich.
Oh, still saw the camera shake from the depth charges. Right. You surfaced from the meeting.
Rohr 2 geladen.
I see. Well, now that we've got you here, you can hold that presentation again. Maybe for an audience that actually gives a fuck.
U-Boot. 125 Grad.
Tube 1,
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
thank you, and tube 4.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Thank you. Now you go to your command station. And then when you do... Where are you?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Ah, in the bottle room. Yeah, makes sense. No, you go to the CIC. And you take your command station. And then when you do that... Your torpedoes cause more damage.
In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
Oh, he's close. Both engines dead slow astern.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
110 on the zoom out and he's getting closer still. So that means 290 meters. Yeah, he's too close. Minimum range. Select tube 2. Tube 2 is flooded, yes. Torpedo speed 30, good. Yep, all set. $120 on the zoom out. 270 meters. With Mazda, very nice. Well, seems like the happy times are over for my boat, but maybe if the happy times are still going on for the audience, that's good.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
And there we go, we are creating a bit of distance here. Now it's 100 milliradian. So that's 320. That's okay. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Set target length, target distance 320. Speed set. Angle on bow. Red 80. Looks good. Cube 2. Launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Herr Kapitän?
And you put a new one in there. A T3 FAT because that's the rest that we have.
Herr Kapitän? 20 Sekunden.
Are you finally hitting? Yes, you are.
Entfernung. Wasserbomben. Beträchtliche Entfernung.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Die gehen unter! Das war ein Angriff wie aus dem Lehrbuch. Die Mannschaft hat eine tadellose Leistung erbracht. Gut gemacht!
Now that's
Feuer
what I
an
like
Deck.
to see. Right in front of the wheelhouse. And that caused catastrophic structural failure. Or maybe she had ammunition in her hold and that caused an explosion. That was a good hit. I like that. How much did Otto Kretschmer sink? I have to know. I don't know this by heart, unfortunately. That was a lot. Destroyer. C3 behind us. Yeah, both engines dead slow.
Kleine
Hard
Fahrt vor.
port.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Well, U-boats U-35, let me see, U-35, 23 and 99. It's like a total of 47 merchant ships totaling 272,000 tons. There was the tonnage king. Oh, yes, he was. Let's see. So on my U-4, we sank 54,000 tons. And then on U-150, which was the Type 2 Delta, we sank 81,000 tons. And then on my Type 7 Bravo, I already sank more than him with U-76. And then with U-373, we sank, and again, 3 times as much. "12:07 a.m. in German. Wow, I would probably just say 7 Minuten nach Mitternacht, to be honest. 7 minutes past midnight. Because if you say 12:07, most people would imagine that to be noon. To the new tonnage king, yeah. Man, I mean, that's I sank 1,000,000 tons. Like that together is 900,000, and then those added to that, yeah, that's more than 1,000,000 tons. Holy cow. Aww. Yeah, the German accent is really, really popular with the lady folk.
Wasserbomben.
No, it's not.
Beträchtliche Entfernung. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Right, we want to go back on our previous attack course, which was 3-5 something. 3-4-2, something like that?
Kurs 3, 4, 2.
Probably. 13.7 Yamatos. Oof.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Well, which one? Who's severely damaged? No one. Okay. Well, it must be something over there somewhere. I mean, you can see the destroyer circling over there. That's probably a U-boat in between those two. I hear gunfire. That means that there's probably a submarine somewhere that's emergency surfaced and they're now blasting it with deck guns. It's not that one. And I only have one Type 7 in my target view. Let's go for a little exploration. Yeah, there she is. And they're going for a ram, which is historically accurate. If you can, you do. Oh, they got hit bad already. One depth charge right here, one depth charge right here. That was already enough. Another one here, another one here. How do they manage to get hit so much always? Oof. What? They did manage to get back up, so I would assume that many of them, if not all, got out before that thing sank. If they did not get shot by the allies, which were not really keen on taking submarine cruisers prisoners because they always felt like getting payback was a bit more important. Which is a war crime, but you know, allies won the war, so who cares? Do you have a... Oh, it got twin guns, look at that. Ooh. Do you have a hedgehog? Or twin guns? I want to get hit by your broadside. So what do we have now? U-84 sunk. History check. Tribal, yep. That was a tribal class destroyer. U-84 was a boat by the... No, not the SM U-84. That was World War One. I'm talking about the other one. Built in 1941. Kapitänleutnant Horst Uphoff. 8 patrols, sank 6 ships and sank on the 7th of August in 1943 in the North Atlantic. That's pretty damn close. So in reality she made it 8 days longer. But got sunk in the North Atlantic, which is where we are. That's pretty damn close. U-84, yep. Type 7B. Built by the Flenderwerke in Lübeck. Ordered in on the 9th of June 1983 and then put into service 29th of April 1941. And she sunk in, yeah, in 1 week, basically. So that was crazy accurate. Well done, game. Yeah, you guys had ads. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we just figured out that U-84, the one that just got sunk, historically got sunk 1 week later, on the 7th of August 1943 in the North Atlantic. So the area is correct. And area is correct. Date is almost correct to the day. I'm impressed by that. There's no way that was scripted. That was pure coincidence. Being rammed by a you think the Flower Corvette is a pretty ship. Well, I'm not gonna mock your taste. But I think if I had to pick a destroyer to ram me, I would probably pick the Black Swan sloop. I think they're pretty nice. Right, IRL, that boat that they just sunk, the U-84, was sunk on the 7th of August, so in 1 week, 1943, in the North Atlantic, which is where we are. So, pretty damn close. I think that's probably the closest we've ever got. Commanded by Kapitänleutnant Horst Uphoff. Put to service 29th of April 1941, sunk on the 7th of August 1943. Now, if it got sunk by ramming with the Flower class, that's gonna be amazing. Oh, sunk by a B-24 Liberator bomber with a Fido torpedo. All 46 crew members died, and before that they didn't lose a single man. No, well, there you go. Right, there is the next target, which is a C3. It actually does suffer damage. I once hit a destroyer in the snout with a torpedo, and then it took on some water, then it rammed me, and after it rammed me, it sunk. And I think you could basically tow the ship to dry dock IRL if you rammed the submarine, because the damage was extensive. But it's still considered a win, because there is this imaginary number, which is the combat value. It's not a real number, it's just that whenever you do something good for your crew, you do some training exercise, you say our combat value has increased. But it's not a real number, if that makes any sense. And you could generally consider a enemy U-boat to have a higher combat value than a Flower class corvette, which is because of the damage that the U-boat can do, plus the amount of training that is required to train a Flower class corvette crew in relation to what it costs to train a U-boat crew. So U-boat are much more involved, you want to get rid of them. And the Flower class corvette is, in that sense, expendable. Right, I'm gonna fire a volley at that thing. Out of tube 1 and 4. A salvo, rather. And you're gonna prepare our tubes for... Are they still maintained? Yes, excellent. In that case, flood tube 1 and 4. Torpedo speed 44. Set, enemy speed 7.4. Target length, we're going to set to the minimum value, just to get that spread angle down a little bit. Angle on bow is red 90, beautiful. A green 90, we've turned around. And the distance, that's the hard part now. On the magnified, we spot him at 80 milliradian. God, I love this weather. 80 milliradian, why is that set to 35? 36, please. 80 on the zoom in, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16.5. There we go. Those torpedoes are both set to magnetic and they're gonna run for... Let's do 1700. Angle on bow is tilting. On screen approximate measure for C3 6.4 knots. Did you take a measurement? I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with my measurement. Also, I think I'm gonna wait. We're gonna turn 10 degrees to starboard.
Kurs 3, 5,
We're gonna wait for his angle on bow. With a pencil. Nice. So how did you do it exactly? Because I know there's this Ausdampfverfahren, which is different than the one with the periscope line, but I don't know how to do it. There it is, now it's turning again. Jesus Christ, it's Kapitänleutnant Vic. No, that was Jesus Christ, Jason Bourne. That was the wrong reference. Sorry. I fucked that up. 90 milliradian. So that's 14.7. We got a little bit closer. 14.7. Angle and bow 90. Lovely. Both tubes launch.
Herr Kaloin?
They call him das Sandmännchen. I once saw him take out an entire convoy using a pencil. A fucking pencil. Just vertically fixing it on degrees up above even when you moved a bit. I don't understand that. That's looking good. Hopefully both of them hit. What about the second one? Oh, that's a friendship. Ah, that might pass behind his turn. Come on, poof!
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Nice. Oh, both of them hit.
Feuer an Deck.
Oh god! She definitely had ammunition on board.
Schwere Schäden.
Yeah, we've done some dry dock work. It's now a sleek top. We've removed some of the drag, the air drag. It should now go 18 knots. Yeah, these guys manning the gun there, they just got deleted, I think. Same goes for these guys. That was a good distance shot, I'm happy with that. Both of them too. I only planned for one of them to hit. That's an Empire Tower, I can... Oh, look at that, that's a Clemson Wicks class. Or Town class. Town class? Where's the Clemson? Ah, the Clemson is the one with the same height. Okay, so it's either a... It's not a Town class.
Die Besatzung
It's not a Town
evakuiert
class
das
Sub
Schiff.
Delta, it's a Town class, the one that they built them in, without the refit. Yeah. This convoy was so large, where are all the good freighters? The Liberty over there? Any tankers here? Nah. Bad. There's a bit of smoke on the horizon, yeah. I'm surprised that there's still anyone to evacuate. The way that ship rocked backwards like that, that would sweep everybody off their feet. It's like the most scary thing about torpedo hits. Like, we learned that if there is a torpedo incoming, like the way torpedoes work basically is that they detonate underneath your hull, the explosion lifts your ship up a little bit, and then the explosion collapses, there's a vacuum in the sea, water rushes back in, and the ship is being dragged into that vacuum as well, and that usually breaks the ship's keel. That's what everybody knows. What not everybody knows is that obviously the forces when that ship rocks back down and immediately stops again, the forces on that are so large that likely if you're standing somewhere, you just break both of your legs. So whenever we had drills for a torpedo incoming, you have this special braced position, and the bridge crew has, like, they sit on specially suspended seats that can take that impact, so that the people who are on ops or on the bridge don't actually lose their legs, because that would suck. But this is what you have to imagine, like when the ship rocks around like that. Like, I don't think there's anybody alive anymore. Obviously it was a bit of a physics glitch, yeah, for sure, but generally, like, the amount of force that is just going through the decks and all that is not that kind to the human physiology. He's lucky. Well away of the chaos here. That's another Liberty. That's a destroyer. That's a flower. Destroyer. Liberty. Liberty. Destroyer. Destroyer. Liberty. Destroyer. Liberty. Empire Tower. I mean, she's kind of volunteering, I think. Gotta take her. Empire Tower has a draft of 9 and a mast height of 27. Oh, isn't that handy? Same as the what's it called? The Liberty ship. I don't even need to change my chart. Lovely. No, it's that oh Jesus. Yeah, bye. It's basically huddling up, like kind of correct.
Raumgeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung 165 Grad.
Or you could use a status 6, a nuclear power torpedo with a yield of 2 megatons. Yeah. Yeah, that'd work, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think she's gone. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think she'll survive that. Now that one, okay, she's going up behind my stern. Oh, Cube 5. Backwards. Backwards. She definitely had ammunition in her hold. Like, there were so many secondary explosions on that. Poor boys in those boats.
Hüllenbruch! Sie sinken! Gemacht!
71,000 tons. We're already halfway to the next objective. Well, 3/4 to the next objective. Right, maintain tube 5, please. Oh, don't need to because it's already done. Okay, lovely. Oh no, it was already flooded. Yeah, okay, then maintain that. Oh, good question. What is the speed increase without the deck gun? Well, we're going 3 knots on that slow, but I think we always were doing this. I'll have to give it a go at flank speed. Once we're out of this convoy. Maybe we can get 1 knot out. But I don't expect it to be large. I think it's mostly about noise, because there's like drag creating those little swirls of water that would cause noise. It's not really cavitation. And they're still completely unaware of where we are. I think we lost the other submarine. Oh no, it's still there. 7B in 279. So, right over there. Nice. Yeah, they're busy with that then. Where's that sub? That thing transmits something on the radio. Ow. Well, she's still going strong. She's not listing or anything. Yeah, she's alive and kicking. Very nice. Right, that's 100 milliradian on the zoom out. That's way too close. Left side of the column, left chart, 250 meters. Torpedo speed 30. Enemy speed 7 point. What do we do? What do we calculate? 7.4. We seem to have been going well with 7.4. Angle on bow is gonna be red something.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Minimal damage. Minimum distance. 140 milliradian on the zoom out. 180
Herr
meters.
Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm!
Yeah, I expect
Zeit,
them to
unseren
see our
Mut zu
periscope.
testen, Männer.
Let's just fire that thing. Hopefully it'll hit. Hopefully it'll detonate. Cube 5. That's all correct. Good. Launch.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Beträchtlicher Entfernung.
20
I
Sekunden.
mean, it's gonna hit. The question is the pistol gonna be happy about that? Yes, it is. Nice. That would have rattled the boat quite a bit. That was so close to us. Ooh. Right, Richard. Get on that.
Peilung 165 Grad.
Oh, they're depth charging. Who's depth charging? That submarine is in 278. Right around there. Looks like they're unbothered by destroyers, for now at least. Oh, there's a... they hit something. I wanna see. Oh no, she's depth charging. That's what's happening here. Okay. And where's the submarine? A lot of them have radar by now. Jesus. Yeah, looks like they're doing well. There's another Liberty. Maybe I should turn around and get that one too. Yeah, there's nothing else out here, so hard to starboard.
Ruder, hart Steuerbord.
Oh, that's just the cargo. Okay. Yeah. They're a nice distraction at least. Right, maintain all the others. Oh, hang on. We have to load tube 1 and 4, right? Yes. Get on that. Yeah, there she is. That's our target.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
So 342 was our last attack course. So the opposite
Wasserbomben
course of
in
that.
beträchtlicher Entfernung.
162? Yeah.
Kurs 1, 6, 2.
Yep. Mediterranean fleet is gonna have a bit of a problem with that. Sicily is that one, right? That's Corsica and that's Sardinia, or the other way around? Don't shout at me. Yeah, I think that's Sicily. Yeah. As is Crete. Cyprus even named. And obviously Malta.
Besatzung
And for some
evakuiert das
reason,
Schiff.
the harbor of Tunis is still blue, even though Tunisia is completely liberated by the Free French. What are those explosions that I hear? Did they catch another sub off guard? Oh. F's in chat, guys! I got another one. They launched the hedgehog. And it fell short. That would have been awesome to see a hedgehog hit like that. Why did you mess that up? Also, you can see the name why it's called a hedgehog by right now, because when they're empty it looks like the back of a hedgehog. Clues in the name. Although I don't think it was officially called hedgehog, that was just a nickname. It was actually called the Anti-Submarine Projector. No, is she gone already? I think she is. That was quick. But hey, they managed to emergency service as well. Hopefully they got out. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
I'll just quickly get a coffee of remembrance. For the brave boys and girls, no, just boys, of U-84 the second. Okay. So apparently we lost 2 U-84s in this convoy. That's a bit, odd. I'm not gonna question it. That's fine. No coffee for me. Pot's empty. Oh, I made another one. U84 did a quick save. Yeah, thankfully I didn't have to reload when they did a quick save. So, what does that make me? Does this make me... No, that does not make me an NPC. That just makes this an MMO, right? Because I didn't have any reload time. Because if you suddenly get a loading screen and you didn't do anything, then that means that you're an NPC and the main character just did something. But we didn't get a loading screen. She's coming right for us.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Oh, it's the SSAB Hammond. Long time no see.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
U-Boot. 75 Grad.
Another U-boat at 75 degrees. Somewhere over there. Is that U-84 again? Maybe. Yeah, but I definitely have it twice in my list of messages to send. U-84 sunk, Empire Mountain sunk, U-84 sunk. We're all U-84. I am U-84. No, I am U-84. Right. Richard, did you put another T1 in there? No, you did not. How dare you?
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Herr Kaloy?
The real U-84 was the friends we made along the way. Yes. Naturally. This is a really annoying bug. Usually you can just scroll out, get out of the station, and on the hydrophone, for some reason, it really doesn't want to.
Herr Kapitän?
Lest we forget to switch all those things around again. .30 knots is set, enemy speed is set. Angle on bow is gonna be something red, yes. It's now in 40 degrees, so we still have a bit of time. Press Alt to... Yeah, I mean, I can always press just M. Then it drops me back. Like I think tab and just switching to another officer is the easiest way to do it. Thank you, Richard. Maintain tube 2 and be quick about it.
Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Hotkeys, right? Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think, hang on, aren't there hotkeys for officers as well?
Ja?
Herr Kaloy?
Let's use 2, so if I'm in his view and then use 2. No, doesn't work. Aww. That would have been cool. That would also be very good for the first-person only mode if you could just switch from one officer's first-person view to another officer's first-person view with the hotkeys. That would help. I'm glad we tested that out.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Right, tube 2 is maintained. Blood tube 2. Torpedo depth 8. And he's right in front of us. And that's an angle on bow of 80 milliradian on the 27 meter scale. That is 310 meters. That's very close. Angle on bow is red 90. Magnetic pistol set. Tube 2 launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden! Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin? 20 Sekunden.
Yes. We're too far forward.
10 Sekunden.
Maybe she did slow down a little bit. She's still gonna hit though.
Schwere Schäden.
Heavy damage is always good. And Richard
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere
put
mich
in...
darum.
Oh, we only have T1s left. Nice. Now, what's the word on that campaign? Still 71,000 tons. Is there another one we can get? Troya. There's another Liberty all the way back there. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, 2 of them. 3 of them. Ah, to port.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Not sure if that one's gonna sink though. Oh, what movie is that from? Yeah, and the propeller's starting to lift out of the water. That's not good.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
We're also gonna go to slow speed. Hopefully no one will hear us, but I'd rather have that turnaround done quicker.
Jawohl.
Also stay on the dive planes. I don't wanna reach the surface. No, not really. I don't think I have. The Royal Oak did capsize. She laid on her side when I got the kill notification. So the battleships. I've seen a battleship get capsized, but not like the freighters, no. Actually, you're right, yeah. Although the way that I sink them with low under keel detonations, they shouldn't really capsize. But if you give them
Rohr 2 geladen.
if you give them impact detonations on the waterline, then that should be able to happen, yeah.
Kurs 3, 4, 4.
Right, but now I'm gonna get some coffee. I can hear my machine rumbling, and that's good news. I use 1.5 meters depth. Okay, yeah, in that case it should happen, I guess. But it doesn't happen. Interesting. Didn't know that.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
what's the word on those torpedoes? Tube 3 could use a maintenance.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Still a lot of liberties out here. And the destroyers are all busy over there. We're so lucky with that.
Sie gehen unter!
Oh, she just snapped in half. Okay. Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, makes sense. Front was very low in the water, caused a lot of stress on the hull. Rear lifts all the water. Basically, she did a Titanic. Just a lot earlier. Front fell off. Well, is that normal? Well, no, usually not. Because usually the front doesn't fall off. Usually we build ships the way that the front doesn't fall off. That was a brilliant sketch.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Five knots on slow speed ahead. I think that is thanks to us having gotten rid of the deck gun. Are there any lifeboats ahead? No. I think we should do like a high five with them as going by. And slap against the lens. Just adding insult to injury there.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week...
Yeah, the one the front fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point.
Well, how is it untypical?
Well, there are a lot of these ships going around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe.
Was this tanker safe?
Well, I was thinking more about the other ones.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front doesn't fall off.
Well, if this wasn't safe, why did it have 80,000 tonnes of oil on it?
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Well, wasn't this built so the front wouldn't fall off?
Well, obviously not.
How do you know?
Well, because the front fell off and 20,000 tonnes of crude oil spilled into the sea caught fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that that is not normal.
Well, what sort of standards are these oil tankers built to?
Oh, very rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are regulations governing the materials that they can be made of.
What materials?
Well, cardboard's out.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string, no sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible, the hell with the consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous.
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means, but it's very unusual.
But Senator Collins, why did the front book fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Torpedo
Oh, yeah. At sea, chance in a million.
So what do you do to protect the environment in cases like this?
The ship was towed outside the environment.
Into another environment?
No, it's been towed beyond the environment. It's
Yes,
not
but
in the
into
environment.
No, but from one environment to another environment.
No, it's beyond the environment. It's not in an environment. It
Well,
has
it
been
must be
towed
somewhere.
beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something out
There
there.
is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish.
And?
And 20,000 tonnes of crude oil.
And what else?
And a fire.
And anything else?
And the part of the ship that the front fell off. But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for
It's a
joining
complete void.
Yeah, we're out.
Well, a torpedo hit it. That's not normal. In the Battle of the Atlantic, chance in a million. That is a classic. Thanks for bringing that back into my mind. Love it. Right, that's a standing bearing. A constant bearing. I do like that. And then after that we get that one. And that one. We're gonna make the front follow that as well. And that one. And I think then we run out of torpedoes. Torpedoes in the North Atlantic? That is highly unusual.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Right, what do we have? We have a Liberty ship on an angle on bow of something like 60. And distance-wise, it's at 60 milliradian on the zoom-in. 60 milliradian on the zoom-in means 16.5. Let's put that in our TDC. Exactly. Never happens. Literally never happens. Very unusual. And we're taking them out of the environment. They are now at 4,500 meters. There's nothing there. Only water and fish. And a wreck. Or as we like to call it, an artificial reef. We're actually doing it for the environment. I don't think I can get that one though. We're too far away. And 20,000 liters, 20,000 tons of crude oil, yeah. But thankfully those are freighters and not tankers, so that's nothing to worry about. Another below the environment, exactly. Let him come a bit closer here.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher
Still
Entfernung.
depth charging someone. 70 milliradian, maybe 80 milliradian. Oh yeah, that's 80 milliradian. 80 milliradian on the zoom in. 12.4. There we go. You are in the CIC, very good. Tube 1 selected, tube 1 flooded, actually flood all the tubes. Tube 1 44. Enemy speed 7 point, what did we say? Where's my calculator? Why is that not on the screen? There we go, 7.4. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, during the time of the BP still, that was a problem, but afterwards, yeah. That's actually one of the actually, let me do this firing first, and then I'll tell you something fun about offshore wind parks. That's 80 degrees, I would say. And 100 milliradian, pretty dead on. And that'll be 990 meters. Is that thing set to magnetic? Yes, it is. That one isn't. Tube 1, launch!
Jawohl.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
It's like around the 80s or 90s, the North Sea was like super polluted. And nowadays it's actually one of the cleanest waters in the world. And one of the reasons is that they, well, they regulated shipping a lot more. One thing that came to it recently was the no fishing zones and no... Oh, hang on. It's slower than this. How dare they? Oh, the range estimate was wrong. 120. That means 760. So 830 meters. Yeah, and the speed. Let's give them... Oh no, they were actually slower than that. Let's do the 6.4 that you measured earlier. Tube 4 is... type 4, there we go. And now let's set our speed down, I guess. No, it didn't. Good. Yep, 6.4. Let's try that. Angle and bow, red 80. Launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Already looks good.
30 Sekunden.
Yeah, so one of the things that they did in the North Sea is they built tons of offshore wind parks. And in those you can't fish. The foundations of those are built in such a way that coral reefs can form on them. And we've now got a thriving seal population because of fish population going up in that thing.
Torpedo-Versager.
It was a dud. Lovely. Tube 2. Tube 2 flooded. Tube 2 is a T1. Yep, good. Speed was still a bit high. Let's go down a bit further. 5 knots. Angle on bow is pretty much 90. Launch.
Los!
And also the nice thing about offshore wind parks is that the seabirds who fly close to the surface to eat some fish, they fly so low that they don't get shredded by the propellers of those wind turbines. So that's good. I can criticize land-based wind turbines all day long, but with the sea-based ones, they actually doing some good. If the infrastructure is there to even get the electricity away from them, that's a problem. There, we've got one. Finally. I don't know why I can only ever mark the guns once I've already hit them once. Right, we only got one in tube 3 that's ready. So let's make that one ready. Enemy speed 5 knots seems to be working well. They seem to have changed. Does the target notice a dud bouncing off its hull? Yes, they can. They can notice that. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Herr Kaloyen, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
We did have earth-shattering kaboom today, and they were not oil ships. And both engines dead slow
Kleine
astern.
Fahrt zurück.
How's it looking here, Mr. Mai? Almost ready, very good. Maybe I can get that one and that one if I'm lucky. Oh, it's the SSAB Hammond! She's doing a lot of quick saves, by the way.
Evakuiert das Schiff.
I mean, being a NPC merchant ship player in this game has to be frustrating. Thank you, Richard.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
They hear clunk instead of a boom. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you have a dud, if it actually clangs off the hull, you can have a dud. If you try to do a below keel detonation, if you have a dud, just nothing happens. The torpedo just slips underneath, and you just notice that you have a dud because you don't see an explosion. In that instance, the freighter would not notice that there was a dud. If you use an impact pistol and it dangles against the hull, then they should notice it. If someone is present in that compartment to hear the sound, like I don't think you would hear it on the bridge if something hits like in cargo compartment number 5. Yeah, it is. It's like with SEAL Team 6. They named SEAL Team 6 SEAL Team 6 so that the Russians would wonder where SEAL Teams 3 and 4 and 5 were. Because they only had SEAL Team 1, SEAL Team 2 and SEAL Team 6 at the time. Or the old trick of if you ever want to annoy someone, you put sheep on their property and you spray paint their fur, or their wool rather, with 1, 2 and 6. Or just any sort of number. And you leave some numbers out. And then they'll go mad looking for the other sheep. They are very slow now. Look at that. $135.3. .78 knots. Alright, let's see it. I'll do my own calculation. Let's see how close we are together. $50 seconds. One minute. One minute and 4 seconds. 64 seconds. Its length divided by 64 seconds. 2.1 times 1.902 equals 4 knots. I'm gonna go with 4 knots. And if I hit them very far astern, then I'll admit defeat and I'll tell you that you were right. That's 65 milliradian on the zoom out. Okay, 65 milliradian on the zoom out.
Beträchtlicher Entfernung.
That's 330 meters approximately. 330, 4 knots, angle on bow, green 90. Which tube have we selected? Tube 3. Tube 3 is flooded. Tube 3 is at speed 30. That's all set. Tube 3 is set to a magnetic pistol, I hope. Yes, it is. You're gonna run 600 and then veer left. Tube 3 launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
We did put the angle in. And that's pretty much dead center. And there goes the engine. They got a boiler blowout. I'd say we're going pretty well with 4 knots. I'm gonna use that on the next one as well. We still have one torpedo, right? And then one in the stern tube. Yeah, one T1. Blood tube 1. Select tube 1. 44 knots. Set torpedo speed 44 knots. Set enemy speed 4 knots. There we go. Could also go for that one. And then use... Ooh, yes.
Herr Kaloyen, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Alright, bring us 10 degrees to starboard.
Kurs
I want to crash into that.
4.
MACV SOG also has a ridiculous name that has nothing to do with long-range reconnaissance and special air services. Very vague. What does that stand for? MCV SOG?
Eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Because SOG to me means speed over ground. That is its nautical long title. By the way, that is a mechanic that I would love to see in the game. As of right now, obviously that's like super advanced stuff and not for the normie gamer, I would say. But obviously when you have the tides, you also have the currents of the water flowing in and out. And in the game, the water just rises and falls without any instance. So if you do 2 knots with your engines, you're doing 2 knots in the world. But it is possible that if you're going 2 knots and the tide are also coming in with 2 knots, that you just remain stationary. But your log tells you you're going 2 knots. That's the difference between speed over ground and speed through water. And I would love to see that in any sort of game, because obviously that makes navigation really, really hard if you have to consider that you're not actually going the speed that you think you're going.
Herr Kaloyen, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm!
Military Assistance Command Vietnam, Studies and Observation Group.
Gegen diese Jäger
Okay, what did they do? Yeah, they spotted my periscope here, I suppose. Because they have not abandoned ship yet, but they will soon. I'm fairly certain of that. Look, I can see the aiming device on that. That's how close we are.
Handelsschiff. 100 Grad.
And bring us back 10 degrees to port.
Kurs 3, 4, 5.
Ah, they were turned into seagulls and deltas. I see, thank you.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
And now they're abandoning. Very good. I don't think they got off a radio message telling us where we were. Right, distance to that one. Also, I think she's going a bit faster than the others. On the zoom in, that's 50. Yep. So that means 19.8. Rather far away. These convoys are so widely spread. They should be a lot closer together. Then you would actually get some hits with the FATs as well. That would be nice. Like, these are going with a distance between each other of about 2 kilometers. That's insane. They would in reality they were doing something like 500 meters. They were very, very tightly packed. I don't know if that's like a restriction that they have to have in the game, because the AI would collide if they were any closer than this. Yeah, we were unfortunately already on the receiving end of that one last stream, when that C3 spotted us and started firing on us. Thankfully they didn't hit.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Let's do another speed check on that one, because we have time until that one arrives in our stern tube. Right, C3s are 135.3. Oh no, actually. They're still super slow. Never mind, I don't need to measure that. Both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
There's a couple of groups that were packed like that, but it seemed like a bug. Maybe one of the mods does it. That could be. I would like that. Well, I'm always happy with... If there's a mod fixing a problem, then I'm almost as happy as if the devs fix it themselves. They are so clueless. Oh, it's the SS Frank Lever. Oh, no, it's American. It's SS Frank Lever. Now that they're all busy with the other two submarines that they sank, they're all looking for contacts over there. And there's 6 or 7 of them. Quite a lot, but they absolutely have no idea that I'm still here. Which is hilarious. Yeah, I still have to make a bit more forward motion in order to get him into a decent angle and a decent attack distance. Yeah, that's a constant bearing. And I see him almost 45 degrees to the port, so that means we're going pretty much... And my course is 90 degrees different from his. So that means we're pretty much going the same speed or close to the same speed. So they're going 4, we're going 3. They're going slightly, they're bearing slightly drifting right, so that also confirms the speed of 4 knots, which is crazy. Why are they going only 4 knots? Distance zoomed in. I spot him at 80 milliradian. 12.4. Angle on bow is a green 70. Yeah, I'm gonna get him to 100 and then I'm gonna probably launch. 100 on the zoom in will be 990. That's a decent distance. 990 speed set, torpedo speed set, magnetic pistol set. Yeah, that's 100. Angle on bow, still 70. 73 is fine. That's all fine. You've won. Launch!
Los.
Parallax mode. Backwards.
40
Turn
Sekunden
receiver.
bis Torpedo
Tube
einschlagen.
5 selected. Maintain tube 5. They're still spitting, so they are still hunting another submarine. I'm not by myself here. Yeah, there's still one. Type 7C. They're all busy with the other ones. That one's coming well.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Right in front of the wheelhouse again. Beautiful.
Schwere Schäden.
Yep, definitely going 4 knots. That's right where we aimed.
Feuer an Deck.
Fire, very good. Yeah, she's gone. Right, next one. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
On the zoom out, that's 40 milliradian. That means a distance of 620. And she's still coming closer. Angle on bow is going to be red something. And they're still chilling, yeah. They don't know what they're doing wrong. They're changing course, they're changing speed. They've gone all the way down to 4 and they're still getting hit.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
And now that I hit them, I can mark the guns. That's so weird. And there's the radio mast as well. Oh, do I have to be locked on or something like that? No, okay. I don't know. But when he comes, she comes into like 195 degrees, then I probably want to launch. Combat coffee is the best coffee. And I've done a very smart thing. Right, I've got this this reusable cup from McDonald's, the McFay cup, and it's got a lid, and that's very smart for when I'm gaming because then the coffee just stays warm longer. Knowledge. I have done a smarts. Alright, that looks to be like an angle on bow of something like red 85. Technologia. Yeah, exactly. 75. There we go. 600. Up. No, not yet. Not now. I've got one more torpedo. $40 milliradian on the zoom out would mean 620. And on the zoom in, oh, yep, okay, 620 is fine. Yeah, let's do 620. $80 is fine. Speed is probably fine. 80, 620, 40 is fine. Tube 5, are you flooded? No, you're not. Now you're flooded. 80 decimeters is fine, also known as 8 meters. Magnetic pistol is fine. Also, that was just one ping, so we're still fine. Tube 5, launch!
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Now, what's the other sub doing?
40 Sekunden.
It's on battle stations, and that's it. They're not on damage control or anything, they did not get hit. Good. They're also not evacuating,
30
nothing.
Sekunden.
Maybe this one will survive. Oh! Is that gonna hit the engine?
20 Sekunden.
Poof!
Feuer an Deck.
That did hit the
Schwere
engine.
Schäden.
And now I can mark the weapons. That's so weird. It's almost like the game is not sure whether or not I mean to look at their weapons until I've decided to fire on it. Alright, bring its 90 degrees to port. Away from their mean travel course. Oh, I thought that was a battleship there, but it's a Flower class corvette and some lifeboats. And a very, very acrobatic piece of cargo right there. More destroyers over there. More destroyers back there. And we've used a quarter of our compressed air just to push torpedoes out of the tubes. That was insane. Look at that, we're completely empty. That was an insane attack. That was good. Nice of them to leave us alone the entire time. They lit up so you can see them. Yeah, yeah, for sure. They are doing... Oh, you mean this one? Being lifted up. Yeah, for sure. Doing everything they can to be visible. The H-46. Let's look that up. And we think that is a town class, right? The one with the larger funnel in the front. HMS Belmont, H-46, a Royal Navy destroyer of the town class. Originally built as the USS Satterley DD-190 in the United States Navy and later transferred to the Royal Navy in 1940. She was sunk, oh no, January 1st, 1942 by German U-boat U-82! Oh, it's U-84. Okay, never mind, never mind. Calm down, everybody. It's not the same one. Okay. Close, though. Was sunk by... Yeah, so she shouldn't be here because she should have been sunk a year ago by another German submarine south of Newfoundland. With all 180 crew members perishing. Oof. Oof. Well, she shouldn't be here, but she is. Probably because U-82 got sunk also early or something like that.
Höhenbruch! Sie sinken! Gute Arbeit, Männer!
Oh, hello. And there's I-48. No, she's going down. We've got 15 messages to send. Weather's getting worse. The enemy's coming in. That one's Canadian, yeah. Got that little Canadian coat of arms there on the red part of the red ensign. Also, I've never really realized, yeah, is the Canadian Navy flag a red ensign? With that thing on? Because the British ships have the white ensign, don't they? With the... Yeah, you can see there the very, very white. That one's coming in. Okay, let's go down. 220.
Tauchen auf 220 Meter.
Wie
Down
lauten Ihre
scope.
Befehle, Herr Kaloin? Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
And then you're gonna switch to the light. And then you're gonna come on command duty. You will take care of the engines. You will take care of the dive planes. And we will have no one on battle damage control, but that's okay. HMCS Columbia, the I-46, or what was that? Town class destroyer. Yeah, we could see that. Come on, come on. Where is she? There she is, steaming away. They probably found another U-boat to hunt. Oh, look at that. Destroyer could have been such a cool game. Look at that. That's speed and power. Yeah, we do have decoys. Once if the corvette decides that she's found us, we're gonna use them. Alright, let's have those bulkheads open for now. There we go. Also, that's the moment when I want to turn the music off. I think it's a bit too dramatic. We're hiding. Also, I can clear out the screen for you guys. No need for the calculator. No need for the distance charts. There we go.
Herr Kaloin?
Now, that was quite the hunt.
Aktuelle Tiefe 120 Meter.
I was a first lieutenant. I was actual Kaloin, if you will. British Royal Navy had the white ensign, have the white ensign. Merchant Navy have the red ensign. Strictly speaking, the town class should have a white ensign. It's a warship, not a merchant ship. Yeah, but if it's under the in the Canadian service, I wonder what's the Canadian Navy flag, or is that the same? I can't remember. And also maybe they changed it after the war, because I do remember the British also have a blue ensign, do they not? What is that for? Is that for just yachts and pleasure craft, stuff like that, or? Oh, directly above us. Looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
150 Meter.
Although I do like the navy flag of the German Northern Confederation that they had in between. Oh, when was that? 1871 or something like that. It had basically the black, red, and gold that we have today. But in the top left corner, it had the imperial, the eagle of the Holy Roman Empire. That's a cool flag.
Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 180 Meter.
Here we go. Now it gets psychological again. And at this point, we can probably evacuate the bow compartment again, because it's a tactic that I quite like. I wait for them to get out of there. Because if we have any sort of depth charge attack, and they manage to do a hull breach in the bow compartment. First of all, the bow compartment is currently not being used for anything that we use that we use at the moment. Because the attack's over, we don't have any more torpedoes, and there's no system that is that's required for the operation of the boat. If we do get a depth charge attack, if there's no one in there, no one can get injured. That's a plus. And secondly, if there's a hull breach, it's immediately contained, because the bulkhead is closed. The problem is the bulkhead is only watertight up to a pressure of 10 atmospheres, which at 220 meters we have more than twice that. So if we do have a hull breach, we immediately have to go up. And we immediately have to send our chief in there to fix the hull breach. But still, it's better than the water immediately flooding the entire boat. I would do the same with the other room that is on the other side of the boat. But unfortunately it houses the engine, so I cannot evacuate that. We still need that room.
215 Meter.
215. Very good. Let's stay below. I think it's time to vacate the premises. Yeah, I would agree. Gotta get out of here. I suppose you can do battle damage control. Although it doesn't really help much. Yeah, okay, it does help in the sense that they do those checks. Checks for hidden damages, but when you send a chief engineer on that, it'll also decrease damage taken to the boat. I unfortunately need him on the dive. Well, I probably don't need him on the dive planes anymore, because we have already made our depth. But I can't set him to the station, can I? No, I can't. Why is that?
Seerohr besetzen.
Ja,
Oh, I can.
ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
There, damage protection 10%.
Mich darum kümmern. Aktuelle Tiefe 210 Meter. Ich könnte etwas
There we go.
Hilfe
It
gebrauchen.
works.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
3 on command, 1 on damage control. So now we
205
wait
Meter.
for them to lose interest and leave us alone.
Wasserbombe in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
And they're still firing on someone else.
In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
That one is still going strong. Oh, and she's right next to us too.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Let's go in opposite directions. No idea how we told them that at that depth, but we still did. Why are we stopped?
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Why are we stopped? I didn't order that. Did I? Whoops.
215 Meter.
Oh yeah, we stopped when... Oh yeah. Yeah, we stopped when we started the attack on the other one with the stern tube. I forgot about that.
Herr Kaloi,
Whoopsie daisy. Alright, and there's our submarine. Hang on. Is there more than one? No, just one. That one. Yeah, you're gonna go nice northeasterly, and we're gonna go northwesterly.
Auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
And we're gonna get out of here.
220 Meter.
Zerstörer 170 Grad. Zerstörer 175 Grad. Korvette 175 Grad.
Yeah, and obviously whenever
Korvette
like we've got a dead
70 Grad.
angle behind us, something like this.
Handelsschiff 0 Grad.
And now all the destroyers are searching over here, and whenever they slip out of our dead angle, my time compression stops and they warn me again that there's another corvette. But we already know about all of them. And they're looking somewhere behind us. And that's okay, they can do that. More than happy with that,
Herr Kaloi,
as long as they don't look where we are.
Aktuelle Tiefe 210 Meter.
And I'm gonna be honest, it sounds like they already gave up.
215 Meter.
I don't hear any propeller noises anymore, so let's do 30 degrees to port.
Kurs 254.
We still have our... We don't have our submarine on our sensors anymore. Probably because it's in our dead angle.
Kurs
And a bit
auf
further,
diese
maybe we can get it
Koordinaten
back.
setzen.
Or maybe they got him.
220 Meter.
I get him. 284 twice, but that's it. No.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Raumgeräusch, Handelsschiff 0 Grad. 145 Grad.
Ah.
250.
Blue instance for vessels of certain yacht clubs, royal research ships, and British merchant ships whose master holds a commission in the Royal Navy Reserve or been issued with a royal warrant. Okay. Okay. I see. Very fancy then.
220 Meter. Raumgeräusche, Handelsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. 0 Grad. 150 Grad. Raumgeräusch, Kriegsschiff. 0 Grad.
What's the word on those propellers anyway? How far away are they? 5 to 10 miles, 10 to 16 miles. Yeah, they already gave up. Right, we still have to find that submarine. So we're gonna maintain course for that. Surface as quickly as we can. Bring us back up to periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. 195 Meter. 160 Meter. 125 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
60 Meter. 20 Meter.
Right, Engler, get on that scope.
Standseerohr besetzen.
Kommandant, wir sind auf Periskoptiefe, bereit für einen Rundumblick.
Very good. Up scope. We still have one in 190. Oh, the weather got really bad. Yeah, it did.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Well, I mean, that's good. Low ballast.
10 Meter.
Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
It's like got dark quick.
Auf Dieselmotoren.
Diesel engines, half speed ahead,
Voraus.
and cancel alarm.
Alarm beenden.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
We need 2 men up there for sure. And you get on the radio and tell them what we did for 27,000 points. So we got the Hammond, the Lever, the Cassette twice, the Hammond twice, the Empire Mountain, the Michael Edelstein, the Marshall Elliott. Yeah, that was a good attack. That was a bloody good attack. Takes a long time to send that report too. Are we gonna get about 500,000 budget with that? I think so. Yeah, 5,000 and 5,000, 5,000 and 505,183 budget. I can buy a lot of T5s with that. I think I saw a blue ensign once when I was in the Netherlands, and I saw a sailing ship from Great Britain there. And I think she was flying the blue ensign. Must have been quite the fancy person then. 1 million is an achievement. Okay, we gotta grind for that, I suppose. We have arrived. Yeah, well, we don't have any torpedoes, so we can't really do that.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Yes, calm down. You boys can go to bed. Right, and we're about to look for a submarine in this grid square. In actually quite foggy weather.
Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen.
And they spotted it over the horizon.
Kurs setzen.
Uboat, 355 Grad.
Yeah.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloin, dies scheint das vermisste U-Boot zu sein, das wir finden sollten.
You don't say.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
U-226.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
As per usual, history check. German submarine U-226 was commissioned on the 1st of August 1942, so 1 year ago, and she was sunk by British warships on the 6th of November 1943. So, just a few months early. We also know the event, it's always the same one. They ran across a mine, which is very worrying out here. But they did, and that caused their batteries to flood, and they got chlorine gas, and they all died of that. Very, very tough way to die. We're gonna send a crew over to investigate, and that's gonna be... Richard May is tired. Oh, come on. Richard.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
And as I said, it's gonna be Richard May. And he's gonna take 2 of his boys, and we're gonna go over. Or you can just crash into our boat, that's fine. What are you doing? Where are you going? The boat's the other way. Oh, they somehow made it, okay. Alright, investigate. And that takes a long while because I only sent 2 boys with him. Yeah, Richard May went to the conning tower and carefully opened the closed hatch, then quickly ran to the barriers on the conning tower, clearly joking. He reported that inside are the corpses of sailors with dried blood flowing out of their eyes and lips. Richard May had no doubt the boat was damaged by a mine, which led to flooding of the batteries in the boat, which in turn released chlorine gas and resulted in the death of the entire crew. So, in our headcanon, this will not be a mine, obviously, because there can't be any mines out here. This will be due to an aircraft, because that is the way that she got sunk. No, actually, she got sunk by warships. Never mind. Never mind. The HMS Starling, Woodcock and Kite were the 3 enemy ships that sank her. 51 men died, there were no survivors. Well, that's accurate at least. Right, let's scuttle her. And there she goes.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
The SOP? What do you mean?
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloy?
Herzfeld teleported away. Right, let's head to our milk cow then. Because we need torpedoes. Both engines half speed ahead, and let's get out of here. Oh! Still all the way out here. Jesus. And in this fog. Flank speed.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Crash dive.
Maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Not to port. Why can't I? Why can't I change rudder angle? There we go. Close all the bulkheads.
Es ist nicht mehr erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten. Oder Mitschiffs.
Oh no, I didn't find out about it yet. Unfortunately, it didn't reach anyone in the museum. Wanna try again. I can hear the props. Spotted us too late. They had to go into a little circle to lose height. I don't think they'll be dangerous to us.
Aktuelle Tiefe 65 Meter.
That's another Wellington, hell yeah. Well, we spotted that really late with the radar warning receiver. Yeah, probably because of the fog.
Peilung 70 Grad.
85 Meter.
Yeah, definitely because of the fog. I can only hope that the fog also decreases their radar range, and that's why they spotted us so late too. Well,
Kurs setzen.
return to course.
Meter.
Back to our milk cow, and we're gonna remain submerged for, I don't know, 2 hours.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
2046.
Aktuelle Tiefe
Why not?
120 Meter. 150 Meter.
Right, bring us back up to 30 meters.
Tauchen auf.
No need to dive
30
that deep.
Meter. 30 Meter.
How about now? Right, first of all, cancel alarm.
Alarm beenden.
And then we're gonna... Leimkühler, you can get on the dive planes. Raise the boat up to
Auf
periscope depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
25 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für
Scope
Rundblick
is raised. Beautiful.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
A bit foggy outside. Raise the
Anblasen.
boat.
5 Meter.
You get back on the engines and turn on the compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf
And here we are.
Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind
Go
aufgetaucht.
up on the conning tower. And we have to send reports that we had to dive into a plane.
Funktelegramm
So
gesendet.
all the way out here, we still get contacts with planes. So they've pretty much reached their maximum operating range, which we determined via Google to be 1,200 miles during the war, at the end of the war. So even out, or that thing was, no, that thing can't be carrier bound because it's a Wellington. And now we should be safe. We've been only at sea for 7 days and we've already fired out all of our torpedoes. Good hunt that. And we've got a crew event. What's it today? Hey, Brawl!
Herr Kapitän,
Nah. Felix Seifert und Peter Konrad. I have to court martial that. Right, Rossmann, what's the word on Konrad? You'll be fine. Okay, good. And then you can get on the radio
Funkraum besetzen.
and find out where our milk cow is.
Funkspruch erhalten.
The BDU tells us the U63 is at 39 degrees and 6 minutes north and 30 degrees 43 minutes west. Also, headquarters is researching the Naxos radar detector. Very nice. And I have determined that it would be realistic to install that in September 43. Yeah, it's gonna be September 43 anyway. And she's right there. Let's go.
Kurs setzen.
Half
Halbe
ahead,
Fahrt
we don't want to keep
voraus.
them waiting.
Kurs setzen.
Mastspitze. Gruppe. Peilung 0 Grad.
I hope that Naxos has a bit of a better location on the tower. Because the main drawback with the Borkum is that it's right in front of the UZO. At 8 degrees. Who decided that? It's ridiculous. Uh-oh. My cup is empty, and you know what that means.
Uboat, direkt voraus.
Where is it? Ah, okay. Turn us 4 degrees to starboard. New course will be 244.
Kurs 2, 4, 4.
And I'll get myself a fresh cup of coffee. There we are. Beautiful mug of coffee. Just saw the arrow there, but I didn't see the boat. Where is she? Oh, there. 15 degrees to port.
Kurs 2, 3, 1.
There she is. They're so hard to see. I mean, that's kind of the point. Bad weather for a resupply though. These are a bit rough. Yeah, can you imagine like dangling torpedoes off of a little wooden crane that you attach to the front of your conning tower in weather like this? And sliding it into that tight-fitting torpedo loading hatch? I can't. It's gonna be horrible. Both engines stop. And here we are. Close to our friendos of the milk cow. Now I'm gonna go over personally. Onto that big old chonka. Look at how chonky. Oh, they have an NG-30 down here on the aft deck. That's a bit of an underkill. And from what I've heard, they rarely ever use those because you'd have to get off the tower, and if you decide to if you decide to dive quickly, then well, that dude better has to get in there quickly, and also resupplying this gun with ammo is going to be a problem. Right, let's see the cargo. We are getting some fresh bread, lovely. Unfortunately, no veggies, very sad. Fuel, definitely. Torpedoes. You've got very, very nice torpedoes for us. I'm gonna take all of them. We're gonna stuff that one in the stern tube. Yeah, looks good. And we should probably take a second stash of spare parts. Yes, we should. Let's get some more spare parts. Never have too many of those. Now, what date is it? The 4th of August. Well, theoretically, if she had been in port to resupply, she could have picked up one of those Soundkönig torpedoes and then traveled these 1,884 miles in 4 days. That would be 96 hours. She would have had to go 19.6 knots the entire way. That is unfortunately impossible. Therefore, I'm not going to resupply Zaunkönig just yet. We will get it eventually. But not now. And that's all they have. Okay, in that case, return to your ship. Well, it's a boat, not a ship.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And we're gonna
Kleine Fahrt
start up the
voraus,
engines.
Bruder, hart Steuerbord.
Starboard 5, don't
Bruder,
bring our
Gegner, 5 Grad.
burn too close to it.
Steuerbord.
And the midships. $190, we want to turn north. That's over the starboard bow.
Bruder,
To
hart
starboard.
Steuerbord.
Both engines slow speed ahead, and we're just gonna go to the other milk cow. Not a
Kurs auf
problem,
diese
considering that
Koordinaten setzen.
all of these ships in here, if we run across anything, it counts towards our objective. So that's all
Endlich ein paar
good.
Stunden Pause. Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Melde mich zum Dienst.
Yeah, listen to it.
Funkraum
What do we have?
besetzen.
Nothing. Okay. Okay. And we are now within our area of operation again, so that's good. We have finished the objective. Once we go home, we get to upgrade to a new boat. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! The voyage of 373 is about to come to an end. Well, at least our time on it ends. 373 will probably get transferred to a new commander. I'll probably be just a very, very unexperienced young second lieutenant, whose officer's course probably lasted around 3 months, and they will immediately lose the boat in the first engagement. That's how many of those stories ended, unfortunately. So fun fact, by the way, the Naval Academy in Flensburg, Germany houses a museum as well. And within that museum are the crew photos, like we always, every year of cadets makes a big old photo on the admiral stairs. And obviously there's many, like every year there's one. Every year they train one lot of cadets. So and then the crew is always named after that. So I'm crew 714. So July, the 7th month of the year, and 14 because my officer cadets year was in 2014. Obviously there are very famous ones where you, for example, Karl Dönitz would have been in one, and all the other ones. Karl Otto Kretschmer, all of them. And they're usually starting in July, so they're all called 7 and then some year. But in the last years of the World War II, you will notice that they pumped out more and more cadets because they needed officers. Because all the good ones were already dead. And so in the end, their officers' course didn't last a year or more. It lasted 3 months or less. And you can expect what happens to the officer quality when you try to put the same knowledge into the mind of a young cadet that you usually took a year for, and then you compress all that knowledge down into a course that only lasts 3 months. But obviously they could not be decent officers, they just didn't have the knowledge for it. And so the amount of officer courses in the last few years of the war dramatically increases. And you'll have something like the crew of 344, the crew of 644, the crew of 944, the crew of 145, stuff like that. And then the war ended, and then there were no officer courses for quite a while. Right, and now we need to call our reinforcements.
Funkraum besetzen. Funkspruch erhalten.
U488 rendezvous coordinates 58 degrees 53 minutes north, 28 degrees and 18 minutes west. Supply ship will wait there for 1 day. It's not a supply ship, it is a supply boat.
Kurs setzen.
Increase speed.
Mastspitze.
And there she is.
Peilung 10 Grad. Uboat 10 Grad.
Again, weather is not too favorable for a resupply. North Atlantic in late summer should be... We should get spouts of good weather. It's a bit rough having a failed battle. Literally every single individual in the unit is lost. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that, you obviously need veterans to come back home and train the next line. But in the event of the U-boat war, for example, like Otto Kretschmer and I think Otto Kretschmer even died, didn't he? But all the successful commanders of the early war, like the lessons that they would have had to teach, they were not up to date anymore. You couldn't do night attacks on the surface anymore from within the enemy convoy, because there was just increased presence and they would just pick you up with radar. Like the entire nature of the U-boat war changed as well. And there we are, U488.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Let's see what we can get here. Now, she's all the way out here. If she resupplied, she would have had to travel to 1,777 miles. In, how long did she have? 9 days. So 9 times 24. We had 216 hours to get here. That would have been a speed of advance of 6 knots. She could theoretically have T5 Zaunkönigs on board. So if she has some, I'm gonna take them. Cheese! Oh, don't mind if I do. Sausages! Nice. And some bread. Some fuel. There is a Zaunkönig. There is a T2 for the stern tube. And there is more T1s. We're gonna take all of that. And we're gonna stuff a T3. Oh, actually, ooh, I could stuff a T5 into the stern tube. And we're gonna do that when we report. Because then I could just sail away from a destroyer at full speed, make him follow me, and then just fire a Zaunkönig at him. Right, what do we have? We have a T5 in tube 2. No, that's absolutely... tube 1. That's absolutely not gonna happen. Richard, take that out. We're gonna put a... You're gonna unload tube number 3, and we're gonna put the Zaunkönig into tube 3. Maintain and load. Actually, the maintenance was probably not necessary. We get more torpedoes? No, you don't have any more torpedoes for us. That's rude. We get some more provisions, maybe? I guess all the other boats already snagged that from us. Okay, we're gonna unload the vegetables, load the sausages in there, and then that way we can get some more sausages. Because she does have sausages. We have cheese in the galley? Yes, okay, good. 1 hour, maybe that will respawn some torpedoes. Right, you're still working on that. But the time doesn't actually pass when you press on the fast forward. It just sets the date a little bit forward. That's a bit sad. Also, why are you doing it alone? Get help. There we go. So we've got a T5 in there, we've got a T1 in there. That's the one with a bad pistol. We need one more with a FAT setting if we can. There we go. 1 T5 for reserve, 1 T3 FAT. Get rid of the cheap one, replace it with a T1 with a decent pistol. And then for the stern tube, get rid of that one, get the better one. Yeah. And then what's the word now? What do you have? No more torpedoes for me, that's okay. T1s in the starboard side tubes, and then we've got that cheap one over here. Let's get that out. Replace that with a T3 FAT.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Core 2 entladen.
And that's gonna be a decent loadout for attack. And you don't have any more torpedoes for me, right? Yeah, okay. That's fair. In that case, return to your ship. Both engines dead slow ahead. And hard to port. And you get off the top deck. Not in this weather. Right, bring us to a southerly course. Something like this and this. And have a save, sure. Now we have some Zaunkönigs. Now we can fire at some destroyers. That's fun.
Kleine Gruppe. Teilung 185 Grad.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Melde mich zum Dienst. Funkspruch erhalten.
What's going on? Report position and fuel. We can absolutely do that.
Funkraum besetzen.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And now the allies know where we are. Because they have already cracked the Enigma at this point. And that's the Naxos device. That'll be available come the next month for us. Low navigational accuracy. Why? Oh, look at that weather. 11 AM.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
6 knots of wind. Mid-autumn. Calm seas in the middle of the Atlantic, outside of Allied air range. This is the best chance we've ever had and ever gonna have for a chance to swim. I would use this opportunity for the crew to have a little swim, so that they can wash their stinking clothes and their stinking bodies. And we maintain position for a while the captain works on the map. For some reason, navigational accuracy has dropped down to 1%. Holy cow. That was close.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich
Why did
kümmere mich
that drop
darum.
so low? And now we're researching the LUTs. Very nice. We're gonna maintain position for about 2 hours until they... Yeah, okay, so... On duty shift will be the lookouts, obviously. When we did swimming in the Navy, you always had a dude on top with an assault rifle in case there were sharks. Now that was mostly for morale, so that the people felt safe. I don't think that was ever really an issue. And you'd also have a boat. Oh, make a little circle to make sure that no one swims out too fast, and also to scare away any sort of marine life, because they would hear the engine. I suppose you would probably use the AA gun for that. Because you don't want to get eaten by a shark.
Bestätige.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Right, what's the navigation accuracy? 3%. Okay. 1400 hours. What's it look like? Oh, he's stopped his work on the station. Sure. We may become lost. Great. In that case, both engines head slow, and you work on the map.
Navigation besetzen.
And if we've got no conning tower workers, we're just gonna snorkel in the meantime.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Schnorchel ausfahren.
Right, bring us down to periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
And both engines ahead half.
Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
And there we go. 0%. How did that happen? So at 6, the CO takes watch again.
Schraubengeräusch.
Uh-huh.
Handelsschiff. Peilung 5
Ja.
Grad.
5 degrees. Good.
Herr Kaloin?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
Now
Kaloin?
let's watch that thing. Is it heading west or east? East.
Kurs auf
Do a little
diese
intercept like that.
Koordinaten setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloin.
Wait until it gets into a more favorable range. 43 miles plus is a bit much. Bit inaccurate. The British had conveniently forgotten to tell him. Yeah, that's the other thing that I recently watched Imitation Game about Alan Turing and how they cracked Enigma. Well, mostly that the movie was more about mostly more about him, what a socially awkward person he was, and that he's gay and all that stuff. So it was more of a biopiece on him than the actual Enigma situation, which obviously was still mentioned and was still large part of the movie because that was basically his life's work. And his invention that led to, well, the first computer, really. And what I found interesting about that is this one scene that really felt like it really was forced when they cracked the Enigma and they found out that there's gonna be a convoy attack in exactly half an hour, and one of the protagonist's brothers is on one of the ships, and they can't tell anyone because if they did, and the Germans would find out that they cracked Enigma. And the movie always makes it seem that they like acted on like 40% of the intel that they had, and they tried to not make it overly obvious that they cracked Enigma. And in reality, they did it a little bit more. How do you say it? Like they absolutely still acted on every single piece of intel that they had. It's just that they hid it a bit more conveniently. Like they didn't call an RAF squadron to just sink the U-boats that were lying in wait for the convoys. What they did is some destroyer would be detached and do a recon mission, and it would conveniently find the U-boat hiding there. So they still managed to do it. Like, for example, all of the milk cows, the second Enigma was cracked, that's when they actively started hunting those milk cows. And they conveniently stumbled over the location of every single milk cow, and they were gone. I think in half a year they got all the milk cows out of the ocean. So that scene was so on the nose. Also, they weren't the ones deciding that. They would just feed their superiors with the intel, and they would decide how and when and in what level they would react to that intel. Like, it was not up to them. I think that scene was based on Churchill not evacuating a city despite knowing it was about to be bombed. What was that? Which city was that? Obviously they did stuff like that, but the way that scene was made, like they found that out, and exactly half an hour later there's this attack happening, and conveniently there's the brother of one of the protagonists. That was so forced. I did not like that at all. Shocking the way they treated Turing simply because he was gay. Yeah, and homosexual. Yeah. That was a thing. Yeah, the chemical castration and all that is fucking crazy. All that, absolutely crazy. Yep. Oh yeah, watch change naturally. So, CO, take the map. There we go. Now what's the word on our location here? 43%, good. Since we're down scope anyway, you can send your men to help with the map, and then we'll be back on 100% very shortly. 26 to 43 miles, that's better. At 1806, 49 degrees.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
26 miles minimum. Go. 1813.
Ja.
And then we wait until 1913 as per usual. And we spot him in 50 degrees, same distance. $26, there it is. Now that would be a southeasterly course, which I don't believe they're going. I think they're heading for the Celtic Sea right over here, as they always are. Oh, I've got a link there for some reason. Let's delete that. Yeah, they'll probably more likely be going something like this. Probably a 072 again, but yeah, I can only act on the intel that I have, so I'm gonna keep going, and I'm gonna keep maintaining the hydrophone lock. We don't need to surface, we don't need to do anything, because we're on the snorkel. Everything's good. We can stay down here forever. Now, obviously, we can't... Realistically, you couldn't use the hydrophone when the engine was running, so what the what they would do in a situation like this is like every half an hour they would switch over to electric engine, have a little hydrophone check, switch back over to diesel engine. I'm not gonna do that because it would just take forever. Apparently it's based on more myth than than reality. I think that's autocorrect error there, probably. More myth than reality, which I didn't know. I just heard in a YouTube video. But the video said Churchill allowed Coventry to be bombed. Do not tip the Germans about Enigma. I don't know how true that is. I'm gonna have to look that up. But again, politicians sacrificing civilians to get their goal. Yeah, I think so too. Also, the movie was a bit inaccurate as well, in the sense that they did not have any clue about Enigma until his computer machine broke it. But that's not accurate. They were reading in on German messages regularly before that. It just took them a whole office building, like all those 400 workers on there, working 24 hours a day, and they would decrypt the messages like 6 hours later, 7 hours later, 9-10 hours later. And so that means that they could only get the morning messages, and then the messages later in the day they would not have cracked. When Turing's machine started working, they could just read it instantly. That was the big change, and then they could just read all the messages all the time, and they basically were as quickly in deciphering those messages as the Germans were in their U-boats. And that was the big difference. It's not like they were completely in the blind, and then all of a sudden his machine started working, and then they had everything. That's not quite accurate. It belittles the work of the code breakers around him. Like in the movie, it was like they were trying their best and they weren't just getting anywhere. I think it was mentioned someone that they cracked some messages, but it was never really shown. It was a bit inaccurate there, but I get what they were trying to do. It was for dramaturgical effect, to make the victory seem so much more sweeter when that thing finally worked in the end. I get it. Still a good movie after all. I enjoyed it. So we're gonna wait until 2113, which is just around the corner. There we go.
Herr Kapitän?
And we spot them 16 to 26 miles away in 52. 52. 16 to 26. Now that's already a margin of 10 miles, getting smaller and smaller. Very nice. 2113. Now that looks more like it. 080, 079 or something like that. 21 miles. And they did those 21 miles. We started at 1813 and now it's 2113, so that's 3 hours. So those 21 miles divided by 3 hours equals 7. Who would have thought? It's always 7. And I mean, we can stay on course. We don't have to change anything. The snorkel is great. 2213, we're gonna get a new reading every hour, and it's gonna get more and more accurate each time. 2213,
Ja?
52, 16 to 26 miles. To 13, there we go. So that makes their overall course something like that. $30 miles divided by 4. 7.5 knots. And we're just gonna keep closing in like that. Missed 1 hour there. Waiting for 13 minutes past midnight on the new watch. It's about our navigational accuracy. 106%. There we go, we got it back. 13 minutes past midnight. There we go. 57, 5 to 10. Now we're getting close. No, snap onto my boat, please. 57. To 10. There we go. Margin of 5 miles. Making their overall course that one 077. 07677. 34 miles in 6 hours. 34 divided by 6 hours. 5.6. Convoy's going maybe 6 knots. Nice. So we extrapolate that line, meaning they will be over there in 1 hour. We should probably be able to see them already. Both engines dead slow. Scope.
Herr Kapitän.
Yep, there they are. Right, in that case, blow ballast.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Ich erwarte
Down
Ihre
scope.
Befehle.
Both engines full speed. And new course 080. Yeah, 080. There we go. Port side. Get that compressor on. You guys get on the bridge.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And we're gonna load up the snorkel. Now I kinda wanna fire off a Zaunkönig in this engagement. Snorkel is safely stowed away. Compressor is filling up our tanks. We're gonna get ahead of the convoy and then close in and attack. And we just need 4,000 tons, which is one of the very small freighters, to achieve our mission objective. Got them pretty much 90 degrees off to starboard. Relative bearing of, yeah, pretty much 90. Only one though. That must be the leftmost escort. Yeah, we're gonna close in a little bit. Bring us to starboard. 10 degrees, new course 090. And the electric compressor is being turned off. Lovely. Very, very good. Yeah. Weather is a bit of a thorn in our side here. I would enjoy a bit better visibility. It's midnight as well, half past 12. There they are. Okay. Bring us in. 35 degrees to port. it is. At 70 degrees, bearings pretty constant. Good intercept.
Wenn sich die Sonne neigt, fürchten die Gestalten. Mein Tagwerk ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Alarm! Handelsschiff in Sicht! Peilung! 80 Grad!
I completely forgot to check. Was that a single ship or a convoy? On the hydrophone. Probably a single ship, eh? Yeah, it was a single ship. Okay, so then I'm not gonna fire it. Soundkönig then, that's for sure. Well, at least since we don't have a deck gun anymore, I'm not gonna be sad that I can't use the deck gun because of this weather. And because of the fact that that one's most likely armed. Because we don't have a deck gun, so that kind of takes the decision away from me. Right, and another 45 degrees to starboard. But the weather. Bloody weather, eh? Oh, where did that one go? Is it behind my DF? Nope. There it is. 50 degrees to the starboard side, okay. Yeah, me neither. I wouldn't want to be on the conning tower in that weather. There's one submarine, I don't remember the hull number, that they closed the hatch so that the water wouldn't run into the boat, and they checked in with the deck watch every half hour. And then one time when they checked in, there was no response, so they opened the hatch only to find out that the entire watch crew on the conning tower had been washed away. They were all man overboard, and they had been for, well, a maximum. In worst case scenario, they had been man overboard since half an hour. So then obviously they never found them, and they were just gone. Even though they would attach themselves with lifelines and all that. Horrible fate to die like that. Canadian vessel. Right, flop the tanks, ballast, bring us down to periscope depth. And then once we're below, we're gonna... Yes. Switch to electrics, and we're gonna go flank. Because with an electric engine you can just go full RPMs, the electric engine doesn't care. Oh man, that's very lucky. Holy cow. Very lucky incident happened to a guy in Iceland who was setting up ropes to tow a boat in the dark and fell over. Remarkably, the boat they were towing ran into him and picked him up. Yeah. Yeah, we had when we were together with the USS Eisenhower, we were basically doing anti-air umbrella for her together with the USS Way City. They had it was a very, very foggy morning, and they missed the landing strip. They failed to land on the aircraft carrier, and they had to ditch. And it was wet mist, I think it's called. So there is not really fog, but it was misty, so you could see like maybe 30-40 meters wide. And they ditched somewhere around the aircraft carrier, and then we had to do search and rescue for those. Like, luckily, obviously, they have a GPS transmitter in their ejector seat, so they were found rather quickly. But I just thought, well, if you didn't have that, weather was so horrible, you probably would have never found them. There she is, 60 degrees. I kinda wanna fire at Soundkönig, but I don't wanna waste that on them. Bearings drifting right, so we can slow down. Bearings drifting right.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
There we go. That's an Empire tower. You can see the little mast on the stern there. Not a lot of time you get in the Atlantic. Yeah, depending on where and at what time of year, but yes. Yeah. Especially if the weather is so bad. Like here, where the waves produce a lot of spray. You'll drown even when you're on the surface because you breathe in so much of the spray water. And in cold waters, we always had the magic number of 6. If you're in the water for 6 minutes, you're pretty much gone. So man overboard maneuvers had to be super quick. And in civilian shipping, it's just if you that's just the general understanding that if you go overboard, you're just dead. Battle stations. What a fun topic we're having. Right, T1, load that up. You get on the TDC, you get on the hydrophone. You get on the dive planes. And you guys are on command. Absolutely, and Angler is leading the attack. Lovely. Right, we know that they're going something like 6 knots, right? Probably. Oh, I ordered down scope.
Herr Kaloin?
Obviously, we're going to change that. What also doesn't help is, for some reason, navies all over the world have decided that their uniforms are supposed to be blue, like their working uniforms. Why? Like, you don't want them to be camouflaged. That's the only branch of the military that you don't want to be camouflaged. Because if you're that close that you can see them walking around on deck, then it doesn't matter anyway. You're not fighting against personnel, you're fighting against the enemy ship. And if they go overboard, then they're perfectly camouflaged with the water. Brilliant. The Russian camouflage for their deck personnel is fun because that's got brown in it, like grey and blue and brown. So it's got the rust spots. It camouflages you against the poorly maintained hull. But the American is basically just the ACU that they had, but in different shapes of blue. Horrible. Ours also blue. Now the new ones I think have some reflector stripes on them, so that if you look for someone who's gone overboard with a searchlight, it's at least going to reflect that, so that they've learned their lesson. That's good. I've never seen the new gear. But apparently that is a bit better. Like our big old Parker that we had, that one had also big old yellow reflector stripes on it, but the overall color of that thing, blue. Yeah, that's the funniest thing, like the orange doll that every ship has, Oscar Orange, he's always in neon orange. Obviously our life jackets, when they blow up, they're also bright orange. Well, you know, people who go overboard have a tendency to not be wearing their life jacket. That's the most annoying thing about man overboards. Bright orange camo would slap. Yeah, like a neon green, neon orange, neon yellow camo pattern. That would be awesome. We would all look like clowns. Right, the Empire Tower has a 27-meter mast height. There she is. Speed's gonna be hard to determine though in this weather. Pretty sure the boat rocks around quite a bit. Give it a try regardless. A length of 112 meters. Divided by 30 seconds. Five seconds. $51 seconds. 4.2 knots. I'm not sure I believe that. I like the French uniform. I had an officer cadet in my course, French exchange cadet, and they just had a blue overall with reflector stripes on it. And the best thing was that it was a onesie. Like, that's brilliant. We had like pants and shirts that we always had to keep tucked in, which is brilliant for a work uniform because you never bent down or lift anything heavy or anything. And it always became untucked. So you always had a superior shouting at you for it. 112 meters divided by 40 seconds, that's better. 2.8.1.902 equals 5.3 knots. Yeah, I'm more confident about that. .3, we're gonna use tube 1, I think. What do we have in the loadout? One that's not FAT. Yeah, tube 1. Perfect. Torpedo speed 44. Flood tube 1. I think the Empires have a very, very high draft. Yes, they do. Magnetic pistol. 5.3. And then the distance. Oh. On the zoom out, I'm just gonna say 50. 500 meters. Angle on bow, red 90. Horrible weather for an attack. Tube 1 launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Yeah, 4 knots is very slow, even in this weather.
20 Sekunden.
Oof. It feels so dark. Choose back to the gills with grade AT&T. Yup. She definitely had ammo on board. Right, Richard, put in another T1.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Release that mustache! Oh hell yeah! Oh, that was such a great semi-villain. What was his name? Was it Major or Colonel? Oh, what was it? What was his name? Så vad får jag bara jo? Maskanske junge. The Hamilbook. Yeah, I don't think I have to spot her going down. She's definitely going down. That ammo explosion, that sealed her fate. She was a bit faster though. We hit her pretty far in the stern. So 5.3 was probably wrong. The angle at which we did the speed check was very, very bad. That's why the value was off. Maybe I should just add a knot whenever something like that happens.
Wieder eine erfolgreiche Unternehmung absolviert. Lasst uns genauso weitermachen. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
It was probably 6 knot, yeah. Generation Kill. I didn't watch it with the German dub. I rarely watch any movies now with German dub. If it's a German story or something, then I will play it or watch it or play it in German, depending on what that is. And for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance, that takes place in Czechia, that's very close to Germany. That's why I played it with the German dub. If I spoke Czech, I'd probably play it with the Czech dub. But and luckily with Kingdom Come Deliverance, the German dub was actually very good. But like American military shows, when they get dubbed in German, it's just cringe to me.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
If there's this new like meme that's come around in the previous years of watching like epic general speeches or something in German and then reacting to it and finding out that German sounds absolutely epic, like the General Hux speech in the new Star Wars movies, or the speech on to the Cadians in Warhammer Space Marine 2. But I can tell you, especially the one, the general speech to the Cadians in Space Marine 2, that voice actor who did that, he could have sounded so much more aggressive than that. He was holding back. He was really holding back. Right, we finished our mission, but we're only 19 days at sea. Should we go back? I mean, we kind of should. 14th of August. Nah, let's stay out. We're gonna go to the other milk cow and get some more torpedoes.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Get another convoy and then go home. And also, we're gonna go down to 50 meters and wait for this weather to stop. Horrible. 40.
40 Meter.
Low speed.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Cancel alarm.
Alarm beenden.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Oh, release that Musa. The length it took for me to finally be allowed to wear a beard. Oh, man.
20 Meter.
Those are the things that I will never miss.
Auf
Jawohl, ich
Blaulichtschein.
kümmere mich darum.
40 Meter.
Yeah, but no, those are definitely German voice actors for the German dub of Space Marine. For sure, those are definitely Germans. If that was a native English speaker and he spoke that well in German, then that's off. He learned the language well. Right, those are all maintained, lovely. All loaded, not maintained. One of them is maintained, but that was kind of pointless. Heroes of... Oh, okay, sorry about that. Oh, hang on. Heroes of World War II. That's the... Oh, that's the... That became... God damn it. Like that was a great game because it was strategy, but you could press E and control every unit individually. And it had a very good destructive environment. I remember that. And then that later became... Hang on. Something with war in the title. Which if I type war into my Steam list, that doesn't narrow it down at all. Oh, come on. That later became Gates of Hell, Ostfront. Like that's one of the sequels to that. What was the name? Damn it! Men of War, Assault Squad 2. There we go. That was one of the sequels, and that was really, really good. And then later Gates of Hell, Ostfront. That was fucking awesome. Men of War, yep, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, and it all started with Heroes of World War II. That was pretty mediocre, but it laid the foundation for very, very great strategy games after that. Like, Gates of Hell is pretty awesome. Play that in first-person mode, occasionally. That's like PTBS simulator. A PTSD simulator. Right, let's remain submerged until 4 or 5 a.m.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, the needle is still... let's go down to 50.
Tauchen Tauchen auf.
Still dancing.
50
Still
Meter.
dancing. Got another 70.
Tauchen auf.
Still dancing.
70 Meter. 70 Meter. Tauchen auf.
At that depth, the boat should be very, very calm.
90 Meter.
Yeah, it is kind of calm. Okay. That's probably just them fiddling around with the dive planes. Speaking of which, you stand relieved. You can get on the map
Navigation besetzen.
before you don't do anything.
Aktuelle Tiefe 95 Meter.
Yeah, 5 AM. Right. Lime-Kühler, get on the dive planes.
85
We're gonna
Meter.
go to
Auf
periscope depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Aktuelle Tiefe 65 Meter.
Yeah,
45 Meter.
yeah, I remember that they had horrible voice lines, yeah.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Don't know the line that you're referencing though. Maybe I should reinstall it and just have it play for a goof. Maybe I should actively hunt the cringe.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
The weather hasn't gotten much better, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Mhm.
Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
God, it's still horrible out here. Okay, service the boat. No point in waiting. Air is running out.
10 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Jesus. And there's dawn creeping in. Look at that. That's actually a dope screenshot right here. It's the silhouette against the horizon. Come on, lift the boat up. Ah, come on. No, go away, wave. Ah, damn it. That's pretty cool. Pretty damn cool.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Ah, there we go, finally. Weather's calmed down. Turn on the electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
And on we go.
Wir haben neue
Oh,
Befehle vom
what is it now?
erhalten.
They want us to rendezvous with the Japanese submarine. Okay.
Kurs setzen.
Okay. We can do, no problem.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
I guess we'll resupply on the way back then. Or both. No, because torpedo loading takes time. Oh, and maybe we should send that
Funkraum
message
besetzen.
that we sank a freighter 3 days ago.
Beendet.
Ja?
Kurs setzen.
And we're getting the LUT torpedoes. They're essentially better FAT torpedoes. Midday, beautiful weather, lovely. Finally get a good look at that Japanese submarine. Last time was a bit
Herr
early in the
Kapitän,
morning for that. Oh, what lovely weather. Finally.
155 Grad.
There it is. They are so large.
Kurs 181.
And she's still sailing. They did that last time as well.
7. Kurs 229.
Imagine not having a seaplane. Imagine not having a seaplane on your sub. This post was brought to you by the Japanese submarine corps. Did they? What were they firing? That's a dope shot too. Look at that. They also had the longest ranging submarines in World War II. Like I think their ranges outclassed the others by a factor of 2 or something like that. Crazy amount of range. Couldn't dive that deep though. Very vast difference in doctrine between these two boats here. Right, what else do they want me to do here? Rendezvous with the Japanese submarine in blah 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 blah. Avoid wandering near the target square before the appointed date to avoid. Yeah. The Japanese submarine will carry an important political figure that was invited to Germany. Once you receive him, head back to the home base. This message overrides all your previous orders. Okay. I guess we're gonna go home after this then. But I will get a killer screenshot for this. Once I send someone over, it should stop, right? I sent the CO and 3 men. Go. Oh, they should stop. Yes, they do. Okay, I can maneuver around them and go alongside. To starboard. What a big old tub. Look at that. Yeah, we can probably get closer than that. Rudder amidships. On to port. Midships and both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And the stern.
Fahrt zurück. Rudergänger 5 Grad. Backbord. Alle Maschinen stopp.
What a view. Look at that size difference, man. Crikey. Yeah, and then they had their little seaplane hangar in here, which I think, well, it either Either it folds open or something like that, or did they assemble it on the rail in front of here, and it was only stored in here. No, that can't fold open, right? No. But the question is that a hatch? Oh yeah, this is definitely the launch catapult, that's for sure. And a very, very large caliber deck gun. On the stern, of all places. And they have a twin. I want a twin. Ooh. Windowed bridge. Very cool. Obviously you don't have to worry about water pressure, since the bridge room itself will flood if they dive. Very, very large. And a wooden deck. That's fancy. Very fancy. I need to get more shots of this. Sorry, I'm sorry about this, but I do like this a lot. And from the other side, won't be able to see anything. Yeah, it's good enough. Man, the auto mod didn't like the word that you shortened Japanese down to. Twitch Automod says you're a very, very naughty person. Yep, that's the Yanagi Yakusei or something like that. We had on stream. We had that as a mission. We transported 2 engineers, but I didn't know that they wanted to get uranium. They wanted other devices, like they did bomb sites and a radar warning receiver, like general technology. I think diesel electric engines, like general kind of technology exchange. And only one of them made it there and all the way back. I think 3 made it to France, and then they were sent. 3 made it to France, but then 2 of them were sunk on the way home. So only 1 in total made it there and back. Right, captain of the ship helps you get on the deck and salutes you. Ah, you better. Ask about the person that you were meant to take. That's very rude. You should always, you should have a little tour of the boat, and then you should have some tea together, and you should talk about how your patrol's going. Exchange courtesies and all that. This is very rude. That's not what you do to a high-ranking officer of a allied navy. Wolfgang Sparfeld comes onto the deck with his luggage and introduces himself. We will be on our way. Oh, that was very rude. Oh, and they immediately steam off. Okay, bye. Bye.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Very fast. Great acceleration. Right, lower the flag.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Furl the flag, rather. Put it away neatly. It doesn't Yeah, I mean, he just had one look at my boat and was like, that's kind of small. Where's the spotter plane? See, if I had a Type 9 with a Tragschrauber on the stern, you probably would have been very impressed by that. Both engines slow speed ahead. I could just go down to 220 meters and he wouldn't be able to follow me, and also he wouldn't be able to recreate it, but unfortunately he would not see it because, I would be under the water. Very sad indeed. Did we get a name on the top anyway? Unknown ship, okay. So we were that close to them and we never figured out what name they're actually, what ship, what the number of that boat actually is. Okay, I guess. We are heading north. That's pretty good. We're gonna go north anyway. We've got enough fuel to go home. We don't need to resupply on the North
Kurs
Cow.
auf diese
We can just do that.
Koordinaten setzen.
So that's gonna be a distance to travel of 1,800 miles. We're going 10 knots, so that's 180 hours. 180 hours divided by 24, 7.5 days. So we will be more than 30 days out, which in turn means that our crew will have fatigue, which means that we will send them on shore leave again. Let's go. This is the point where we get a mission essential message telling us that we are being hunted by a destroyer, a hunter-killer group. Pretty sure that's gonna happen. Right, the Azores, hang on. The Azores are a very, very large island group. What are the islands on the east of that? Yeah, that one. Oh yeah, the Portuguese, right. What about that? That's Ponta Delgada. Is that the name of the entire island, though? No, the island's called São Miguel. Okay. And that is this one. And there's probably... Yeah, there's a little, like, Elvis hairdo on the A. I can't do that.
Schornsteinrauch, Peilung 285 Grad.
That's the submarine. No. No, it's not. Hmm. We have a volunteer.
Alarm! Handelsschiff in Sicht! Peilung 290 Grad!
That's a C3.
Große Fahrt voraus.
That's nice. The Type 93 torpedo from the Japanese was 9 meters in length and 61 centimeters thick, with a weight of 2.7 tons. And they were able to... And that was a submarine-borne torpedo, was it? It's compensating for something. Yeah, it's usually that's German design philosophy. Like, give it a bigger gun, make it heavier, make it larger. Like, even in World War I, they were dreaming up the K-1000 Supergigant, which was supposed to weigh 1,000 tons. They just made that up on the rice board. Just like, oh, I want a tank that weighs 1,000 tons. Like, oh, okay, why? Absolutely impractical, but they wanted that, and that's why they decided that. Or the Germania, the fantasy city that they tried to build. Like, everything was just bigger and larger. Or the Landkreuzer Ratte and all those nonsensical stuff that they dreamed up. Whereas the stuff that actually worked, like the Type 7 submarine, for a very long time at least, have received little upgrades. Like, that's one of the things that I noticed when I did my historical research for the next playthrough. Like, all of the stuff that they really, really needed, they either got too late, or they just didn't get it at all. Like an upgrade to the loading mechanism. Never got that. The T3 torpedo came around in April 43 as widespread use. The last thing that they got in time, and that they actually used, and that was actually useful, and that they also needed, was the Bolt, and that came around in May 42. Again, widespread use. Yeah, the next run is going to be hard because the snorkel they got in April. Earliest attachment would be around April 44. So we're 1 year early. And in July 44, half of the boats were equipped with a snorkel. Only half. So if you're unlucky, you still didn't have one in July 44. That means that you're on the surface the whole time, and every time you get a radar warning, you have to dive. And then you remain submerged for half an hour, and then you come back to the surface. And then your crew is just never gonna sleep. Bearings nicely drifting left, beautiful. Right. 30 degrees to port.
Kurs 3, 2.
And periscope depth. Yeah, that's true. Blank speed. Battle stations. Maintain tube 1. You stay on the engines. You get on command. You get on the TDC. You lead the attack. You get on command. You're on the hydrophone. Perfect. You need help. You need help. And you need help. There we go. All set.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
And we're gonna use tube 1, which is already set. And that's gonna be 44 meters. 44 knots. Yes. And while we close in on that, I'm gonna have a quick check whether or not I still have copy. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Gots to have some coffee.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
I did still have copy. Brilliant. Bearing drifting left. Beautiful.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Now let's let her get closer.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Kurs 2.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
4.
Was a bit overexcited there. Or she zagged, that could be the other thing. Also good. Obviously not sponsored by them, I have to say, that was one of the most important things when changing my diet. Like, I'm not gonna give up on soft drinks. That's never gonna happen. Because if I just remove every single piece of joy out of my life, then what's the point of living, you know? Not to sound melodramatic or anything, but like, I'm not not giving up on soft drinks. Like, I can give up on the sugar inside the soft drinks, absolutely no problem, and I did. And for that, I have to say, Pepsi's sugar-free Coke is the best. Out of all the Cokes, or Coca-Cola, or Coca-Colas, I guess is the plural, on the market that are sugar-free, Pepsi is the best one. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to get diabetes. I think it was a close call there for a few times, but... Yeah. And I mean, there's absolutely no point in drinking sugary drinks all day, really. I mean, yeah, you want to drink something that has a bit more flavor than water? Yeah, sure. But why do you have to drink something that gives you as much energy as you would need for a week? Like, there's no point in that. So yeah, sugar-free drinks all the way. What are they doing over there? Do they not want to get hit?
Äußerste Kraft voraus. 90 Grad. Steuerbord.
Betrachten Sie es als
Is
erledigt, Herr
this
Kaloi.
a stationary event again?
Kurs 3.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Kurs 3.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Kurs 3.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Yes, they are. They are stationary. Well, maybe they are doing bathing as well.
Kurs 2.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
3.
Or they got hit from a previous attack and they don't have an engine anymore. A short cause the normal Pepsi has less sugar as an apple spritzer that I bought last time. Yes, but that's the thing. American Coke is sweetened using corn syrup. European Coke is not sweetened using corn syrup because we rarely use corn syrup for anything. Americans are crazy about corn stuff. Corn starch, corn syrup, like they use corn for fucking everything. But Pepsi, even in Europe, is still sweetened with corn syrup. And so that's not sugar, so they don't have to list it as sugar. But it technically is sugar. So that's how they get around that. That's why when it comes to Cokes or colas containing sugar, I prefer Coca-Cola to Pepsi because the European cola doesn't have that strong corn syrup taste, whereas normal Pepsi absolutely does. And it's
Kurs 3.
yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, they're stationary. Do we see any lifeboats? I don't think we do. So she's just chilling out there. The Edward J. O'Brien. Well. Maintain tube 1. Enemy speed 0. Torpedo speed 44. Target length irrelevant. Target angle on bow irrelevant. But it's green 60 something. Distance. 100 milliradian. Yep, 100 milliradian on the zoom in. That means 13.2. I mean, we can get closer like this. But why? It's not going anywhere. Literally. It's actually kind of annoying. Their love for all things corn. Because I basically use an American diet to slim down a little bit. I'm on carnivore. And whenever I do any sort of recipe and I look at American stuff, or even before that, when I looked at American recipes for maybe like an apple pie or something like that, they would always, first of all, they measure everything in cups, which is annoying. So I bought myself like a cup set just to get the measurements that they use. And also they just want you to use cornstarch for almost everything, and you just can't get cornstarch over here, so you have to use a substitute.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Still blasting towards them. Maybe we shouldn't do that. That's 150. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 160. 160 milliradian on the zoom in is 830 meters. Very nice. 0 and angle of bow is yeah, that's 50, 60. I'm gonna say that's 60. Not that it matters, they're not moving. And the torpedo impact angle is also irrelevant because we are using magnetic pistol and an underkeel detonation. So Cube 1
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
30 Sekunden.
Yeah, that looks good, eh?
Sekunden. Zehn Sekunden bis Einschlag. Schwere Schäden. Feuer an Deck.
Oh, that seals our fate, I think. Fires are always a very, very bad thing on a ship. Very, very bad thing. Yeah, Ponta Delgada is the capital, and it's also the name of the province of the western part of the island. São Miguel.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkraum besetzen.
Funkspruch erhalten.
C3s are really, really well armed. SSS, SSS, Edward O'Brien torpedoed. SS means that the ship has underwater. Yeah, yeah. Actually, it means submarine scope sighted, but they also sent it when they just were attacked or when they assumed the submarine was in the area.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's the thing. She was listing, and now that she's in the water, she's resting on an even keel now. That's odd. They should sink and capsize and all that. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Sie gehen unter!
There she goes. Alright, bring us down to 40.
Tauchen auf 40 Meter.
Down scope.
5 Meter.
Both engines dead slow ahead.
Langsame Fahrt
And
voraus.
cancel alarm.
Alarm beenden.
It was weird. When we spotted her on the horizon, she was definitely moving. And then when we got closer and she loaded into the
30
instance,
Meter.
then she just stopped. That was a bit odd. We could still see smoke coming from her stack, even though she wasn't moving. And then when we got closer, the smoke stopped as well. Very strange.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Aktuelle Tiefe 40
Jawohl,
Meter.
ich kümmere mich darum.
Yeah, it was a bit of a... That was a bit of a gifted sinking there. 7,000 tons for free with that one. And outside of the area, so that one won't have counted. Because we're all the way down here and our AO is up here. That was a bit unfortunate. Yeah, remain submerged until 1 PM. Yeah, that's good. And then we're gonna send Lime Kühler on the IF planes. Make periscope
Auf
depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
25 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Up
Wie
scope.
lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Nothing around, I suppose. Yep, good. Blow ballast. No, not open journal. Blow ballast.
Anblasen.
There we go.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
And then
Herr Kapitän.
switch on the compressor.
Kompressor einschalten.
And we're going home.
Wir sind
Soon
aufgetaucht.
we will probably have to raise the snorkel. And make the rest of the journey submerged. Because we're gonna get attacked by aircraft again. Blue event! No! No! Felix Krage has tuberculosis. Still no healing available for that. And Felix Krage is... Felix Krage is part of the port watch. If you go to Ireland, sink ships near the coast and shell them, would you get a message that Ireland declares war on Germany? No, unfortunately not. It's not that detailed, unfortunately. I just get punished for it. Well, it's still the Battle of Kursk at the moment, even though the turnaround of Stalingrad has already happened. And yeah, Sicily is liberated. You can't fault the game for that. Sicily has been liberated. Invasion of Sicily has happened. They are done with that. Yeah, the turnaround is happening. Oh, and we're gonna send a report.
Besetzen.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Nope, go on the radio route.
Funkraum besetzen.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Look at that! That's like a picture postcard weather. Also in the Bay of Biscay of all places. Beautiful weather. Would be nice if they left us alone. Look at that. Oh, we're gonna get a harbor raid. I can feel it. Yeah, they've got all their planes not doing patrols because they are amassing them to do a harbor raid. I'd bet $5 on that. I can sink British ships in neutral port and never will notice from the neutral land. For example, the early time in Bergen. Yeah, that's true. That should cause a diplomatic incident, to say the least. But then with Bergen, I mean... You know, you probably wouldn't get punished for that because they had plans to invade Bergen anyway, so... Alright, here we are. Home waters, raise the flag. It would be nice if the game were that detailed, but I think that's asking a little bit much. Would be awesome, don't get me wrong. But it would be asking a bit much.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen.
Maybe there won't be a harbor raid.
Kurs setzen.
Wouldn't that be nice? Completely traversing Bay of Biscay and docking without ever seeing an allied plane in the best weather in 1943. Could you have imagined that? I couldn't.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to my next playthrough. I've already got it downloaded. I'm gonna run it on my next playthrough. And for the sub god in order to prevent the sub bug. Yep. Oh, we did find a lovely little pen last time. I think it was the second on the left. I'm gonna dock in that one again, and then hopefully we can appease the sub god this way. Like, these ones are pumped out and dry dock. This one is free, and we're gonna take this one. This one was good to us last time.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen.
And here we are. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Kurs setzen.
Right, Felix Krage was taken to a sanatorium, and Felix Seifert was arrested. Gonna have to kick Seifert out of the duty roster as well. Felix Seifert. Felix Seifert is also part of that Port Watch crew. What's up with the Port Watch crew? Well, I mean, he's not his fault for tuberculosis. Don't get me wrong. Now, do I have 2 sailors in reserve?
könnten Ihre neuen Besatzungsmitglieder sein. Möchten Sie Ihre Akten einsehen?
I do have Ernst Müller and Wolfgang Bruckmeier. Wolfgang Bruckmeier and Ernst Müller. Wolfgang Bruckmeier and Ernst Müller. There he is. Okay, that's the crew taken care of. Mission completed. Let's report back.
Die EU ist von Ihrer letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt. Solide Arbeit, Herr Kommandant.
Upgrades are pretty much all researched at this point. There's another milk cow for us. And an U-boat upgrade point. So we're gonna upgrade our boat. Hammond. We sank 3 SSAB Hammonds. We sank 2 SSAJ Cassats. But only 1 Frank Lever. Look at that. Right. Yeah, I got a level 100 max prestige level submarine. Yeah, all my liberties is a good mod for some more names. Yeah, I'll need that. I'll need that, and also the name variety for the sailors as well, because I've got a lot of duplicate names here. Okay, so I would like to take command of a different U-boat. U-1307 is gonna be our boat. History check. U-1307 was a Type 7 Charlie 41 boat. Yes, it was. It was laid down on the 2nd of December 1943, and she was launched on the 29th of December 1944. It's a bit early. When were the first ones launched? The first one was U-292, delivered on the 25th of August 1943. Well, that's not a problem. We're going to send our crew on shore leave, and then when they're back, we're going to take command of a new boat then. Up. Italy surrenders. Oh. The unconditional surrender of the Italian armed forces has set in motion the measures to be taken against Italy. The command station is ready to take over the immediate operational control of the Mediterranean boats. At 2150 hours, a radio message was received from FDU Italy, Senior Officer Submarines Italy. BDU, please take over operational control. Control is taken over. Okay. Another 7 days. And during shore leave, 15th of September, during shore leave, a lot of time passes very quickly. Sometimes you lose track. Right. Which one are we getting? U-1108. History check! $1,108. That's the one. Commissioned 18th of November 1944. Wow, they all arrived so late. So late. Whatever happens if I exit the menu and just take it again? Do I get a new number? Yes! That's brilliant.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
298. I have a good feeling about this one. Commissioned 1st of December 1943. Okay, come on, that's close enough. Let's take her. And she comes with the latest conning tower already installed. Look at that. We've got a big old flak vierling on the stern here. And twin. I finally get my twin AA guns. I wish I could put twin guns on the other tower as well. Oh no, it's not a twin. Aww. Why won't you give me twins? Devs. This was not uncommon. Give me twins. Right. We need to check the upgrades. Right, first of all. Snorkel is installed. Lovely. Electric engine, accumulators 2 are installed. Brilliant. The listening room has a balcony device. I think that thing had one. The Type 7C-41 came out of the shipyard with a balcony device. These are the only Type 7s that received that thing. And we also get the Naxos. Improved toilets, naturally. We're also gonna remove the deck gun. And we're gonna... Oh, our emblem. I think I'm gonna stick with the fox. I like the fox. Conning tower, yes, naturally. The deck, I'm gonna keep it as a metal deck. And the appearance of the camouflage. Oh, we can get a hull. Oh, that's nice. You can get like grounded or like the bottom of the hull just with the red foundation. Very pretty. On that one too. Very pretty but highly impractical because the boat rocks around in the waves so much that the below the water line is often visible and you don't want to glare at the enemy with red. Even though it looks very cool. It looks very cool. Nah. Although you could you could chalk it up to paint becoming more scarce with the way the war is going, so the underside of the boat is not getting properly painted and just put on the red foundation. Yep, that's my headcanon. 9 days until all the upgrades are done. Okay. What about the... yeah, we can get more food. No more veggies, but ches and some sausages and some pork. Lovely. And we still have our breathing apparatuses. Obviously, we can sell the ammo for the deck gun. And we're gonna sell half the ammo, because I do like HE against planes. Torpedo loadout. Jesus Christ. Oh, where did you even find those torpedoes? Right, stern tube T5. Stern tube for the placement of T5 as well. Yep. Bow torpedoes. I would need a T1 LUT, another T1 LUT. And a normal T1. Oops, sorry about that. And then first of all, we're just gonna let that be done. And figure out the rest later. There is a second sub. There goes the deck gun. Not on the second boat that's inside us though. There's still a deck gun on that one. Alright, let's keep loading up. Fuel, sure, torpedoes. I need a T5 in there. I'm not allowed to get a T5. Okay. Oh, no, there's one. There we go. Good, then bow replacements. I want a T3 FAT or a loot. Don't really mind that. And... oh, hang on. Put a T3 in there. There we go. T3 replacements, T1 replacements, LUT. T1 LUT, and then I want another T1 LUT and another T5 as a replacement. I still have hopes that once during fast forwarding the other boat might actually despawn. If it spawns, it might as well despawn. Oh, there's AA ammo. I didn't even know that. Doesn't make any sense. The deck gun is not an AA. She doesn't have the appropriate elevation to fire at aircraft. Or at least historically she didn't have. Items are good. I mean, that one's free. We can use that to pass a bit of time.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
I guess I'll just have to take a normal T1.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
And there's my T5. Lovely. Okay. Then we're gonna change berth. And hopefully not die.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Jesus Christ. Okay, that... yeah, no damage. Still no damage. There we go, damage. The AA guns, sure. And the tower. 43U? What does that mean? What is 43U? Oh, it's the, okay. Yep. It's the big old flak gun. Yeah, but I'm not gonna fix that. Drydock caused that. Drydock's gonna fix that.
Kleine Fahrt zurück. Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
Oh, there's a boat in here. Oh, no. It's all fine. Don't worry. It'll buff out. Yeah, 2 boats. Look at that. Man. That one's free, though.
Kurs setzen. Kleine Fahrt zurück. Kurs setzen.
There we go.
Kurs
Like a
setzen.
glove. Yeah, they're all Type 7s. Hey, Pit Pinsel. Looks like you said hi at just the right moment. Yeah, we have. That's a bug that sometimes happens. When you spend a lot of time in dry dock, then they spawn in a new boat at your exact location. And then when you cast off, you glitch out of it and it causes... sometimes it causes quite a bit of damage. There we go. Okay, then...
Ja, Ihr Verbindungsoffizier. Dies sind aktuelle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU. Streng geheim.
Southern Routes, the last stand, rendezvous with a Japanese submarine. We've already done that twice. Yeah, that's gonna be the next mission. And then report back from that last mission, which was getting out of berth 3 and getting into berth 1. Check the galley. I think that gets messed up whenever we switch boats. Yes, it does. They just put into potatoes and fish. We can probably fix that. with some cheese. Gonna keep the bread. Put in some pork. And what can we get?
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Oh, we can get veggies. That's lovely. Cheese and pork already. Already store that. We have sausages. We also have sausages. Perfect. So then we'll take out the fish. And instead put in veggies. And sausages. And also load some of those. Veggies, sausages. And then we're pretty much stocked. Sell that. So we have a slot free for our spare parts. There we go. Lovely. And then we'll wait for 6 hours. Hopefully not another boat spawns. Nah, we're safe. Okay, lovely. And then we've got a mission set up for next time, which is going to be, again, the last stand. We've got our lovely new boat. Looking forward to test that one out. Which is boat. Let's see, what did we get in the end? It is boat number U298. And let's see, maybe we can be a bit better than Helmut Vogler. I think we'll manage to do that. But it'll be a long time until we break our record with U373. Maybe we won't ever, because the war is probably not going to last that long anymore. The curse of the subbug. Yes. It returned. Right, I want to thank you guys for watching. This was fun today. We had a very, very good convoy run today. Really happy with that. And I hope to see you guys next time. My name is Weight Loss Games, and I'll catch you on the next one. Bye-bye.